Welcome to Stockholm and to the Swedish Parliament, the Riksdag. During the Swedish EU presidency between January and June 2023, the Riksdag is an arena for meetings and dialogue between MPs from the parliaments of the EU member states and the European Parliament. Last year, we celebrated 100 years of Swedish democracy. This year, we're commemorating 500 years of parliamentary work and decision-making. The Riksdag is an open parliament in central Stockholm. Welcome to the Riksdag.
Bienvenue à Stockholm et au Parlement suédois. Pendant la présidence suédoise du Conseil de l'UE de janvier à juin, le Riksdag, le Parlement suédois, est le lieu de rencontre et de dialogue entre les membres des parlements des pays de l'UE et le Parlement européen. L'année dernière, la démocratie suédoise a fêté ses 100 ans. Cette année marque 500 ans de travail et de prise de décision au Riksdag. Le Riksdag est un parlement ouvert, situé au cœur de Stockholm. Bienvenue au Riksdag.
Distinguished colleagues, dear members of parliament, dear speakers, dear vice president of the parliament, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. It is my honor to welcome you here to Stockholm and to the former second chamber of the Riksdag, where we have gathered to exchange views on how we as parliamentarians can help safeguard and strengthen democracy and the rule of law in Europe. We have an interesting day ahead of us, and I am very much looking forward to engaging speeches and dynamic discussions on this vital topic. Before we begin, I would also like to inform you that the conference is web streamed and interpretation is available in English, French and Swedish, as well as Italian, Romanian and Macedonian. Before we move on to the first session, I would especially like to welcome Dr. Andreas Norlén, Speaker of the Swedish Riksdag, and Dr. Michal Šimečka, Vice President of the European Parliament, who will now give their opening speeches. Without further ado, I would like to invite Speaker Norlén to take the floor. Dear Speaker, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Vice President Šimečka, President Saferi, members of Parliament, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to welcome you to the Swedish Riksdag and to our beautiful former second chamber. Many important decisions have been made in this chamber, not least the historic decision in 1918 when the Riksdag decided to introduce universal and equal suffrage for both women and men. This decision was not the first or the last step on our path to democracy, but it marked an important milestone in the history of Swedish democracy. Almost 5 months ago, in this very chamber, I had the honor to open the meeting of the chairpersons of COSAC, the first interparliamentary conference as part of the parliamentary dimension of the Swedish presidency of the Council of the European Union. Today, I am equally honored to open the last interparliamentary conference the Riksdag will host this spring. This conference will focus on a topic particularly close to my heart as Speaker, as a former Chair of the Committee on the Constitution, and as a parliamentarian. The European Union is founded on the values of respect for human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and respect for human rights. The EU and all member states are important when it comes to defending and developing democracy and upholding the rule of law. When speaking about the importance of democracy and the rule of law, we often talk in terms of legal and constitutional frameworks. And indeed, having solid frameworks of this kind in place, creating predictability for the people, the majorities and the minorities, is essential. But that in itself is not enough. Parliaments and parliamentarians play an important role as legislators in ensuring that there are rules and tools to uphold democratic values and the respect for the rule of law. But as parliamentarians, we have an equally important role in creating and upholding a democratic political culture. Sweden's fundamental laws, of course, contain the most central provision on Sweden's form of government and are crucial to democracy and the democratic institutions. The laws and rules which govern the work of the Riksdag, as well as my own work, rely on the assumption that members of parliament and I will do what is expected of us. It is not enough that we simply follow the rules. We must also be loyal to the spirit of these rules, especially in areas which lack detailed regulation. We need a democratic political culture in order to ensure that everyone feels responsibility and loyalty towards the system in which we work. Therefore, how we conduct ourselves as parliamentarians matter. Our judgment, for instance, regarding how we behave towards one another, matters. We need to uphold democracy, cherish it, develop it, and defend it. I had the privilege of being chair of the Committee on the Constitution here in the Swedish Parliament for 4 years. It goes without saying that the members represented different political parties with different opinions. In spite of this, the committee sought to put aside partisan differences to reach consensus in determining what was constitutionally correct and relevant, particularly when scrutinizing the government. In some cases, this required lively discussions, but the tone of these discussions was always respectful. The goal was to reach a common understanding about the basic rules and principles of the political process, to ensure that governments are judged by the same standards, regardless of their political color. I know that this approach is still very much a part of the modus operandi of this committee. To be clear, agreeing on fundamental rules and principles regarding the operation of the political system does not mean a watered down and homogeneous political discussion on the issues of the day. On the contrary, such agreement makes it possible to focus on the issues instead of arguing about procedural matters or fighting about attempts to manipulate the system in order to gain benefits for a party or a government. Dear colleagues, what we do as parliamentarians matters. I would say that this is a good thing. Surely our work would be considerably drabber and more boring if we were all just neutral cogs in a machinery. With that said, I believe it to be equally important to discuss what we don't or shouldn't do as parliamentarians and politicians, what we should leave up to others to decide on. Public trust in the courts and public institutions is a crucial component in a democratic society. As parliamentarians, we have an important role in building trust and ensuring that it is not lost. How can we do this? How can we as parliamentarians promote public trust in our institutions and ensure that the decisions of these institutions are impartial and objective, and that they are seen as impartial and objective? First, we need to ensure that politicians do not interfere in or try to control the decisions by courts or other institutions. Secondly, and equally important, we need to demonstrate a trust in the institutions and a respect for their processes and decisions. This raises interesting issues concerning the demarcation between politics and law and between politicians and officials, but also about how we as parliamentarians should conduct ourselves when interacting with or speaking about courts and other institutions. Dear colleagues, this year Sweden celebrates 500 years since a U-turn was made in our history. Sweden as a country began to emerge some 1,000 years ago, but on the 6th of June 1523, 500 years ago, Gustav Vasa was elected King of Sweden. Following his election, Sweden left the Kalmar Union with Denmark and Norway and embarked on a new path as a once again fully independent country. This led to the creation of a centralized country with national institutions, such as a parliament. The Riksdag is thus commemorating and celebrating how Sweden's form of government has developed, with a particular emphasis on the role of the parliament and the development of its work procedures over the last 500 years. Taking a long view, the important interparliamentary cooperation within our European Union is a relatively new feature of the Riksdag's work, but it is something we engage in with great joy, and this particular spring also with a certain amount of pride, as we have been responsible for leading the work in this cooperation. Not only does the interparliamentary cooperation in the EU bring together our parliamentarians to discuss and debate issues of common European and parliamentary interest, it also creates an understanding for one another and brings the decision-making process closer to our citizens. I hope this conference will be an occasion for dynamic discussions on how parliamentarians can help safeguard and strengthen democracy and rule of law. Where different views and perspectives will emerge, where we will not ultimately agree on everything, I think that will be the case, but where we may achieve a better understanding of one another. Once again, warmly welcome to Stockholm and the Riksdag. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Speaker. I will now invite Vice President Chimeczka to take the floor. Dear Vice President, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, dear colleagues. I would also like to begin by saying that it's indeed a great honor to be here in the Riksdag and to be able to say a few words about an issue I think that is extremely topical and extremely important for the future of our European Union, and that's the issue of democracy, rule of law, and how to safeguard them in our Union. And I think there's no better place to speak on these issues, to debate them than the seat of Swedish democracy. So thanks again for the invitation. It is indeed an honor to represent the European Parliament here. I would need to start perhaps on a sobering note, and which is that when it comes to democracy and rule of law and also fundamental rights, what we have seen in the past decade or so is what you can call a crisis of these values in our European Union. We've seen the entrenchment of illiberal tendencies in some member states, corruption, disinformation, perhaps distortion of independent justice. And of course, I need not to name the countries in question. I think we all know what we're talking about. And of course, it's different in different member states. But what we see now, unfortunately, is that the European Union as a whole is not perfectly and structurally fit to tackle these issues, to tackle the possible backsliding of democracy in its member states, or the backsliding in terms of rule of law and fundamental rights. You might recall that the European Union wasn't really made for that. It was an enterprise in common market, in common policies, and there was very little expectation in the beginning that we might come to a situation where one or more member states would have problems with the core values of the European Union, such as democracy, rule of law, and fundamental rights. Now, of course, we have many mechanisms or many elements also in the Lisbon Treaty and many provisions that are meant to address democracy and rule of law and meant to defend it. And the Commissioner Didier Reynders, if he was here now, he would point out that the European Union has already done quite a lot, and the Commission in particular, and that's true, making use of the various treaty provisions to address the rule of law crisis or the democracy crisis. We have the Article 7 in the Lisbon Treaty. We have the Commission's possibility to launch infringement proceedings whenever it deems necessary. We have now the rule of law report, which is conducted annually by the Commission and is debated in all the member states. So we have quite a toolbox by now, but this is a recent phenomenon. This hasn't been the case 2 decades ago. I think this is also a response to what I have called in the beginning a crisis in the rule of law and democracy area. And the European Parliament, has been very engaged on this issue. The Parliament has been the institutions that has pushed for what we call a EU mechanism on democracy, the rule of law and fundamental rights, which would be an annual exercise where the Commission, in cooperation with member states, would make a yearly assessment of how democracy and rule of law and fundamental rights are faring in our member states. Similarly to the way it is done when it comes to the economy and structural reforms. We all know about the European semester. What we didn't have until recently is anything resembling the European semester when it comes to the core values of the European Union, that is democracy, rule of law and fundamental rights. To see how member states are doing, where improvements can be made, to learn from one another. This was something that the Parliament has strongly pushed for. Now we have it in the form of the rule of law report, which again is an annual report on the state of rule of law. What the Parliament still thinks that it should be expanded, that it should cover not just the rule of law, that is not just state to fight against corruption or the independence of the judiciary, but also democracy and fundamental rights, the full scope of Article 2. And that is because we believe that when you look at Article 2, that these values are inseparable, that you cannot have a functioning democracy without a functioning rule of law where justice is handed out evenly and independently, and you can't have that without the protection of fundamental rights. So these 3 core values are intimately linked, and so should they be also in what the European Union does. We have the rule of law report, as I said. In addition, the European Parliament has been particularly strong and engaged on the issue of conditionality. As many of you will recall, there was the issue of conditionality when it comes to the disbursement of European funds and linkage of that disbursement to adherence to the rule of law and also to the independence of the police, of the prosecution, of the judiciary. This has been also, thanks to the Parliament's efforts, successful. So now we have what's called the rule of law regulation, the conditionality regulation. Again, another tool in the defense of democracy and the rule of law. But this is, of course, not enough. These are short-term fixes to a mounting problem. And we also have to move to think about the long term, to think about how to foster democracy, how to foster civic culture, how to foster strength and independence of institutions for the long run in the European Union. And the reason for that, I think, among the intrinsic value of those of democracy and the rule of law, is also because I strongly believe that without securing those, all other projects that the European Union is engaged in, all other policies, all other common endeavors would be in danger. If the European Union is no longer a club of liberal democracies, where judiciaries are independent, where the civic space is protected, if this is no longer the case, then I think it bodes ill for all the other policies, for the single market, for a common security and foreign policy, for anything resembling a legal order. I think without democracy, without a common sense of rule of law, all of these things are endangered. This is why the European Parliament, but also other institutions, are thinking also ahead in terms of how to strengthen democracy going forward. The Commission has come up with the Defense of Democracy package lately, which strengthens European democracy from within by nurturing a civic culture of engagement and active participation. Of course, thinking about the long run, thinking about the future, what we now see emerging is another threat, which is an external one to our democracies, also in the context of the Russian aggression against Ukraine and the Russian hybrid warfare in Europe. This is also an element where the European Commission is pretty active on, where the European Parliament also is pretty active on. We currently have an extensive discussion in the European Parliament on how to protect our democracies from foreign interference and from disinformation, specifically when it comes to the June 2024 European elections, but also beyond. Because in the future we see that our democracies will be threatened from both within and from the external environment as well. And in all of this, national parliaments and the exchange between national parliamentarians is absolutely crucial. Not just because of the fact that parliaments are the guardians and the seats and the beating hearts of democracies in our member states, but also because democracy in the European Union, in our member states, cannot be left to the European institutions, cannot be left to the European Court of Justice or the European Commission or the European Parliament. It must be nurtured and strengthened and protected and thought for by national parliaments. And this conference, this gathering, I hope, is one further step in that direction. And I'm looking forward to the debate. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear Vice President. Dear colleagues, we will now proceed to our first session, which will focus on the importance of safeguarding democratic dialogue and the significance of parliaments. The session will be divided into two parts. During the first part, we will hear from researchers as well as from 3 experienced parliamentarians. After the family photo and coffee break, we will continue with the second part of the session, which will be dedicated to an exchange of views. So the debate will not start until after the coffee break, but you may already now begin to make your request to be added to the list of speakers for the upcoming exchange of views. And a request for the floor is made from the iPad placed at your seats. And please note that the iPads are pre-programmed to each participant, so I kindly advise you not to change seat with each other. Your request will automatically be added to the list of speakers, and the list will appear on the screens here, and your names will be continuously added to it. There may be some delay before the list names appears on the screen, but it will eventually appear on the screen. And you will see the list, and you will see exactly what I mean when we start that session. And we will now start with presentations from 2 researchers, and I'm pleased to welcome Johannes Lindvall, professor in political science at the University of Gothenburg, and Sara Hageman, professor in political science at the University of Copenhagen. And first, I will give the floor to Johannes Lindvall. Dear Johannes, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice President, Madam Chair, distinguished members of Parliament and honored guests. I've been asked to speak about the importance of safeguarding democratic dialogue and the significance of parliaments, and this is something I'm very happy to do. We're having this discussion against the background of an intensification of political conflicts in Europe and across the world. Political scientists often refer to this intensification of conflict as polarization. That's a word that has several different meanings. The graph that you see on the screen here is an estimate of the distribution of economic left-right opinions in the Swedish Parliament in 2018, the main dimension of conflict in Sweden still. The first meaning of polarization is when voters or politicians take more extreme views. The way to think about that from the point of view of the graph is if the density of opinion moves toward the extremes. Another meaning of the term polarization is that voters and politicians cluster in more distinct teams that are separate from one another. One way of thinking about that from the point of view of the graph is if the middle disappears. A third meaning of polarization is where people who have different political opinions begin to dislike each other, so that differences in opinion lead to mutual feelings of disapproval. All of these things are going on to some extent in contemporary democracies, perhaps more so in the Americas than here in Europe. I think modern social media probably plays some role in this, although the jury is still out on that one. So I think the question we need to ask ourselves is, to what extent is polarization, intense political conflicts, a threat to democracy in general and democratic dialogue in particular? To get some help in thinking about that question, I'd like to turn to a book that was written more than 60 years ago by the Ukrainian-American mathematician and social scientist Anatol Rapoport, who was born in the town of Lotsova, incidentally one of the towns in eastern Ukraine that Russia did not manage to capture last year. He wrote a book in 1960 called Fights, Games, and Debates. And the central idea of this book is that human conflicts, social, political conflicts, can take three main forms. In a fight, the opponents try to destroy each other. In a game, the opponents try to outplay each other. And in a debate, the opponents try to convince each other to change their views. Rapoport, when he wrote this book, was mainly concerned with the international situation during the Cold War, but I think you can use this idea, this distinction, also to think about the role of domestic political institutions. So one way of thinking about good domestic political institutions is that what they do is to transform political conflicts from fights, which are dangerous, into games and to debates. A lot of people think, and I probably agree with that view, that it's preferable if political conflicts are resolved as debates and not as games. But I think the transformation of conflicts from fights into games is democracy's most important and enduring contribution. So polarization, the point of this distinction is that conflict is not the problem. The problem is if conflicts become fights rather than games and debates. If we resolve conflicts as games and debates, democracy can handle a lot of conflict. So polarization only becomes a threat if it tempts us to let conflicts become fights rather than games or debates. All right. But we're not just talking about democracy and democratic dialogue in general here. We're talking about the role and significance of parliaments. Well, I put it to you that the central function of parliaments is exactly that they transform conflicts from fights into games and debates. What you have here on the screen are the 5 main types of parliamentary chambers in the world: the opposing benches type, the hemicircle, the horseshoe shape, the circular chamber, and the classroom shape. This is from one of my favorite books, which simply has all the floor plans of all the parliaments in the world. So parliaments are places of dense rules. So the rules of procedure of parliaments are often the most dense and sophisticated political rules in many political systems. In this country, Sweden, the rules of procedure of the parliament is a way longer document than the main constitutional document, the instrument of government. These rules have evolved over decades and centuries. People like me, scholars of politics, have done a lot of work on understanding where these rules come from and how they shape lawmaking, budgeting, and executive legislative relations. I know that my colleague Sarah Hageman will have a lot to say about the role of rules in parliaments. But parliaments are not just an arena where games are played. They're not just a place of rules. They're also forums of debates. The floor plans here all have a clearly identified speaker's rostrum, and most of the floor plans are set up to facilitate dialogue and debate between the members. Incidentally, the last one, the classroom shape, is probably the one, seems to me, that's least suited to debate and conversation. That's also a form that's much more common in authoritarian regimes than the other types. Perhaps the main function is to tell the members of parliament what to think rather than hearing from them. People like me, scholars of politics, have also spent a lot of time understanding the evolution of debates in parliaments. These days, people use ever more sophisticated computer-aided methods to analyze the evolution of parliamentary debates going back to the 19th century, perhaps even further. So if you want to understand how conflicts can be transformed from fights into games and debates, I put it to you that parliaments are a good place to start. All right, to conclude, what are the implications of this distinction between fights, games, and debates for how to think about the role of parliaments today and the work that parliaments do? Well, perhaps the most obvious implication is that as a member of parliament, you shouldn't fight with your fellow members. This is a picture of the most famous event, perhaps in history, of a fight in a parliamentary chamber where a Southern congressman, Preston Brooks, beat a Northern senator within an inch of his life in the years preceding the Civil War in the United States. Fortunately, these sorts of events are very rare in contemporary Europe. But I have something more general in mind than this simple admonition against actual violence. What is the practical implication of the distinction of the role of rules to maintain politics as a game? Well, I think the most important implication is that we should be careful to separate conflicts over policy, which are not a threat to democracy and democratic dialogue, and conflicts over the rules themselves, where we should seek consensus. As the speaker mentioned, this is something that the Committee on the Constitution here has been actively engaged in over the last decade or so, a trying time for the Swedish political system because of big changes in the composition of the party system. I think making the distinction between conflicts over rules and policy goes both ways. So I think it's important to preserve the rules from conflicts over policy. I also think it's important in a democracy that there's a lot of room for robust conflict within the rules. It must be possible to kind of welcome many kinds of political opinion within the system. Perhaps the idea of politics as a game also suggests that there is a way of playing the game more or less well. I once spoke to a minister in a European government who said that, and now with apologies to I nostri amici italiani for my pronunciation, that politics in European countries sometimes becomes a game of catenaccio, a defensive sort of game where you just try to keep the opponents from doing things. When I follow the proceedings of this parliament, I sometimes wish for a slightly more positive game of politics that's not just about keeping the other team from scoring an occasional goal. But politics can never be just a game. It must also be a debate. In a democratic system, the norm is to be respectful of one's opponents and to do them the honor of justifying with arguments the things we do and say, even when they disagree strongly with us. In a world of social media that sort of encourage us to take strong views and to simply dismiss and disrespect our political opponents, parliaments have for the most part remained deliberative institutions. I think that's the old meaning of democratic dialogue, but it's still the main meaning of democratic dialogue. There is no nothing to replace it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Johannes. I would now like to invite Sara Hageman to take the floor. Dear Sara, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice President, Madam Chair, members of Parliament, thank you very much for the invitation to be here today. I'm very pleased to be able to talk to you at this very timely conference on the important topic of safeguarding democratic dialogue and the significance of parliaments. I've done research on European democracy for more than 20 years, and I've been involved in several national parliaments and the European Parliament's work regarding electoral rules and representation in their political institutions. And what I'd like to share with you today are some of the thoughts I have on how Parliament's own rules, procedures, and political culture differ across Europe, and how they matter to the democratic dialogue both at home but also in Europe. As we've heard already from Johannes, parliaments of course have two roles: to act as legislatures and to act as a forum for deliberation of issues of importance to society. My overall argument today is that national parliaments shape the democratic debate at home and in Europe, both when they act as legislatures, but also when they act as forum for democratic deliberations. Our neighbors are now watching. Across the borders, we follow each other's political debates, and we therefore know that parliaments hold the power to shape their own domestic debates, but also those of their neighbors and of the debates in Europe. We have different levers in parliaments to shape the electoral debates and to shape the democratic dialogue. We have the electoral rules, we have the internal organization of Parliament, and we have a way to shape how parliamentarians interact with their different audiences. It's all in your hands to organize yourselves in Parliament and to shape the democratic debate. These factors, I should go back, the electoral rules, the internal organization, and the audiences determine whether we have consensual or conflictual politics. The parliaments I've shown up here are the two that I know the best. I've worked in the UK for more than 20 years, in House of Commons, House of Lords, also during the Brexit process, and the other parliament is the Danish Folketing. They very much illustrate the points I would like to make today, both in terms of the internal organization, but also in terms of the cultures. The electoral rules shape the way that politics are played out in plenary. A first-past-the-post system, such as in the UK, do set up the political debate to be about winner takes it all. Whereas proportional representation and electoral rules that foster multi-party systems have a different culture altogether, because parties have to, over time, work together. Now, that does not mean that there is not respect and a good communication and a democratic dialogue in a place like the House of Commons. But you have very distinct organization of Parliament that does stress a culture of opposition and government that can lead to conflictual politics, and winner takes it all. In the semicircle in the Folketing, it does not mean that you cannot have conflicts in Parliament too. Of course you can. But nevertheless, there is a different working culture, one where you have to collaborate over time and find each other's position. Apart from the electoral rules and the internal setup of the plenary, which we do know matters to the democratic dialogue in plenary, it also matters what kind of internal procedures you have for policies and for the democratic dialogue. As many of you will attest to, in Parliament, much of the important work and the seeds for dialogue and collaboration between parties start in committees. There are great differences in the mandates that committees have in Europe, in national parliaments, as well as in the European Parliament. There are differences in what kind of mandate they have vis-à-vis their governments. Do they have powers to ask them to represent specific points, or do they have powers to scrutinize? Can they advise, or are they simply there to be heard and maybe informed by their governments? It also matters who gets to chair the committees, which parties run with the committee chairmanship, how they vote, and whether committees act in public or behind closed doors. All of this matters for the democratic dialogue between parties and the democratic dialogue that parties will take to plenary. I therefore urge you to very much consider the internal organization of Parliament and the way you choose to navigate the internal organization of Parliament when thinking about how to further democratic dialogue in your countries and at the European level. All of these aspects matter, therefore, also to how parliamentarians engage with policies. Do they care about the policies that are negotiated at the moment, or about grandstanding to an audience externally? And this is what brings me to my next point. I'm not advocating for opening all procedures in Parliament and that transparency into all aspects of decision-making in Parliament will lead to a democratic dialogue. But we know that policy-making and debates in Parliament should be made public in order to have a democratic dialogue as a principle. We need to be aware that audiences of different kinds will be following the debates in Parliament, and therefore that executives and decision makers must be held accountable to the right people. Research has convincingly shown that a democratic and legitimate political system must be transparent in its working order, openly report to the public on all matters of importance, and have established accountability processes in place which ensure the right information at the right time by the right people to the right audiences. At times, this is the wider public and media. At times, it is a committee that meets behind closed doors to be briefed by a minister on important matters. Or at times, it may be even more closed and simply be representatives from parties that need to be informed about, for example, a security threat or other important aspects. This form of accountability and democratic dialogue between parties are important for people to trust the system and to establish the legitimacy over time. We need to have formal ways of holding parliamentarians, decision makers accountable. We need to know as citizens that there is a system in place and that through formal and informal channels there is a dialogue between parties, between representatives, between the committees to create trust and collaborations despite differences in opinion. My last point today is that we have, of course, been in a crisis mode in terms of governance in Europe now for many years. So one can ask, when is it no longer a crisis, but simply a new permanent order of decision-making? But my point is here that although it is natural that powers are concentrated with executives in a time of crisis, it is nevertheless of important democratic value for parliaments, both national parliaments and the European Parliament, to continue to play their role and to be the translators of European issues into national contexts. It is of importance that parliaments continue their role to scrutinize and hold the executive to account, again through a democratic dialogue that happens either through the formal and informal channels in Parliament. This translation of European issues into national parliamentary debates is key for citizens to relate to and understand the kinds of conflicts that we see in today's Europe. And again, the democratic dialogue between parties, between parliaments, and between the committees in Parliament is one way to ensure that this flow of dialogue continues. But it is not only to translate European issues into national context that we need the national parliaments and their procedures to work and focus on. We also need the national parliaments to, of course, form opinions about European issues, specific European issues that governments have to make decisions on, that the European Parliament has to make decisions on. This will therefore be work in Parliament, in committees, in plenary, that feed into government positions, into European Parliament positions, and into the government's decisions in the Council, in the EU. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time today, but I urge you all to really focus on the internal workings of your parliaments and thinking about the differences between parliamentary setups, but how we can link and strengthen parliamentary dialogues between the parliaments in Europe and to the European Parliament, as well as within parliaments through these different measures. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Sara, and thank you both, Johannes and Sara, for giving us interesting perspectives on polarization, the importance of coming together on the rules of democracy, internal organization of parliaments, and how that can affect also the democratic dialogue, and of course, in crisis, how the decision-making is being tested. And we have seen that through the pandemics, we have seen that through Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and we have also seen it in the economic crisis that turned out after that. So very much thank you for those speeches. We will now turn to our next guests, who are members and former members of parliaments. We are joined by Björn von Sydow, former speaker and member of the Swedish Parliament, Astrid Thors, Vice President of Liberal International and former member of the Finnish Parliament and European Parliament, and Reinhold Lopatka, member of the National Council of Austria and Vice President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. Welcome to the podium in front of me. And let me also welcome Cecilia Garme, who will moderate this part of the session. Cecilia is an experienced moderator and a political journalist with a PhD in political sciences, and she is specialized in areas such as Swedish domestic policy and EU matters. So the floor is yours, Cecilia.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice President, parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, I feel very honored to be here today to moderate this important discussion on democratic culture. The panelists that we have here, they share between them many decades of parliamentary membership. They have seen governments come and go, they have seen shifting ideologies, shifting conflicts. So I would like to start by you, Astrid Thors from Finland, our neighbor. What is your input? What do you want to bring to the table today?
If it's working now. Well, first of all, I would like to thank both our specialists and the speaker of the Swedish Parliament for this interesting interventions, and of the speaker of the Vice Speaker of the European Parliament. I think our experts and the former speakers, they touched among many of the important subjects. But I would say that there are maybe three elements that maybe we additionally need to raise. And one is, of course, the question of declaration of interest by parliamentarians. How do we ensure that there is trust in the members of Parliament? European Parliament has a certain formula, but I think it becomes even more important in today's world. For instance, I happen to be presently a member of the management board of the European Food Safety Authority, where I have very clearly the need to declare all my interests. And we know that there was a crisis of confidence in food policy in Europe. So we have very, very strict rules. And I think we need to have them also in all parliaments. I think that's very important. The second is the question of the media, because parliaments are very much dependent on also how we are portrayed. I do totally agree with Saga about, and Johannes about the question of social media. Let's say the jury is out there, what is the impact of the way social media algorithms behave and what kind of parliamentary discussion they promote. I would very much urge you, Johannes and your colleagues, to study, for instance, the last elections in Sweden and in Finland, where it seems that TikTok has played a big role. And we know how the algorithm of TikTok is not as promoting consensual debate, but the opposite. So that I would also think that the media, and for instance, how our rules are, what kind of speaking time is allotted. The most followed debate in the Finnish parliament is the question time. And that is a very conflictual speaking way, where the opposition attacks the government. And the impression people get of these debates and of the Finnish parliament gets very, very negative. And also, let's say, political programs outside the parliament. I have been very, very frustrated as a former parliamentarian following the setup in the Finnish broadcasting media, where there always is opposition against government. And not any debates where you would combine experts and politicians. Because these debates now, they don't increase our understanding of the complex questions. So I would, let's say, urge the media also very much to behave in a different way. And finally, of course, I think there is the question that many of our former interventions noticed, the question of trust. Do we intend to increase the trust in institutions? I think that we have, and to be honest, we have political movements in Europe, for a reason or other, that want to decrease trust in the political system, in the media. And in such an environment, it is very, very difficult to have exactly what Johannes was looking for, to have really the 3 stages and the deliberation and the increase in that. I know that there has been many efforts also to have codes of conduct on one other issue, and that's the question of hate speech. And I will turn to Björn as a former Speaker of the Parliament to say, how can we, let's say, rule out hate speech and attacks against female parliamentarians in the plenaries and in the discussion? And what's the boundary between parliamentary immunity and hate speech? I think that's a very important thing. And finally, I want to just say one thing about working of parliaments. It was mentioned that I'm working with Liberal International. And one great concern of us is the role of women parliamentarians wanting to continue in politics. I urge all of you, as colleagues of women parliamentarians, men and women, to stand up when the women are attacked, because women journalists, women parliamentarians, women researchers are more attacked outside the parliament than male ones. And we can see it in some cases that when a woman has entered politics, she will not stay there very long. And that is a common thing that if we want to have really the entire society represented in parliament. So thank you, Cecilia.
Thank you, Astrid. Very important message on trust being put in jeopardy. Very important notes on trust for parliamentarians and politicians being put in jeopardy by not least the media. Dr. Lopatka, you're from Austria and you have spent many decades in your parliament. What do you want to bring to the table today?
First of all, thank you. I think it is important that we, as elected parliamentarians, reflect where we are, where do we have deficits, and what can we do. So, for me, two key words. One is trust, mentioned very often, and the second one is respect. And we, as parliamentarians, we have to fight for both at the same time. But we are not at the beginning. What should we do on the national level? We developed great institutions like the Venice Commission, by the Council of Europe, or ODIHR, by OSCE. And I see also the European Parliament as a key player when we talk about trust, when we talk about respect. But it is true, we see a lack of trust in times like this, because we are living in extraordinary times. After COVID-19, we in Austria, we took measures against the freedom, against our principles, because we thought it is necessary to do it. So we lost trust. Then the war. After COVID-19, now we see us in a very difficult situation, high inflation. The people don't trust us when you have 10% for months of high inflation. So what I want to say is we have to be, on the one side, we have to listen to our citizens. We were speaking always about parliamentarians. We should be focused on the citizens, how they see us, and that we are not living in a bubble. So in the Austrian parliament, we try to involve our citizens. So we changed our constitution. We have more and more referendums. We have now each year more than 10 referendums. For example, last week we discussed 6 of these referendums. We involve the citizens. We are a country with 9 million inhabitants. Already this year, more than 200,000 Austrians were in our parliament discussing with us, with politicians, in the parliament, in our house. And we spend a lot of time, all the 5 different political parties in Austria, to involve young people, very young people in our work. We have a so-called democracy workshop, to be very direct. More than 10,000 young people. With young people, I mean people between 10 and 14, are coming in parliament, working with parliamentarians. We were one of the first countries, and I think it was a great step, that young people with 16 are allowed to vote. We have a lot of young parliamentarians, and here I think it is very important. If you want to build a trust, you have to involve citizens directly. Here we are looking to Switzerland very often, and to have both sides. The responsibility of elected parliamentarians, of course, but on the other side, the involvement, the directly involvement of citizens, these participatory policy processes. For us, a clear route in building trust. We lost. And what we have to see is polarization. In all opinion polls, a far right-wing party in Austria is now leading. When you are building governments here in Scandinavia, there's also some involvement of parties like this party, which is now in a leading position in Austria. So what I want to say, not being too long, we have to fight corruption in a way. We had also cases of corruption in Austria, and now corruption reached the European Parliament. We should take these cases very serious, because they are a big threat. And so coming for the beginning to an end, I think what is very important that we fight, that there is willingness of all parties to compromise, and that at the end of the day, if we want to find a compromise, there must be a certain status of a will for solidarity. So these key elements should be a common sense in a parliament. So we try to involve also this far right-wing party in our parliament in all our discussion. Sometimes we fail, but we try again. I think it is very dangerous when you have a barrier in your parliament. You say, okay, we don't take them. I'm against such a cordon sanitaire. I think if someone is elected, we have to respect also this. So respect is beside trust, for me, a key word. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lopatka. And you are both speaking about trust and how fragile it is. Björn von Sydow, what do you want to bring today to us? You have been also a speaker of this parliament and been in the parliament for a very long time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And I got a question from you directly, Astrid. And there are some possibilities for the acting speaker to tell a member who is shameful at the rostrum to stop. Most of the times, as I know, that is respected. But there is another formula. You know, I looked upon myself as being a speaker, a sort of a captain on a ship, not doing very much himself, but being around, available. And then suddenly one of the guys appeared who, in my view, uses wrong way of wording his or her claims. Between four eyes, standing, or in the coffee shop at the machine. That was more efficient than anything else. But it was in a nicer time. They hate Mr. Trump as a president of the United States. That has happened, and things have changed. And when I have prepared myself for this, I have asked myself, how can you find a formula where truth and untruths are shared by politicians, but also various experts, scientists, and public officials? And to my experience, we have to find fora where they interact. Facts are, in some cases, definitely one-sided. They can't be true and half true. But for politics and policy making, we are all sort of biased by our political will. and that's a good thing in a democracy. So the interaction between those who have a profession of being fact seekers, fact finders, and those who have the mission of being decision makers, contributing, finding balances, not between false and right statements, but between various parts and priorities. That has to be found. Sometimes a parliament or a committee can act as a sort of a small academy. In the Swedish system, there are some ways of course, establishing these sorts of functions. But some of the public televisions still existing, and they have found a formula where they have experts on one side in the studio and politicians representing the political parties on another, and then inviting them in a concentrated finding out what are the facts, what are the political wishes and demands. That way should be established in more fora. They probably are. And I would say, to my experience, this is the way where you can slowly dismantle untruths and delegitimizing values in the public mood. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's talk more about the interaction inside the parliament. We can perhaps divide it into politeness on one hand and facts, as Björn von Sydow was talking about. Do you all three think that in your respective parliaments, the level of politeness and the level of factfulness has actually deteriorated over the last decade or so?
COVID was a new experience. We have about it neglected the whole science. They were absolutely against vaccination. They refused to get vaccinated.
Members of your parliament?
Members of our parliament, which was a huge problem. So yes, I see the problem that there is a certain part in our society they absolutely neglect science.
Also in parliament?
Also in parliament, and what the former speaker Björn von Sydow said, bringing together politicians and experts. Yeah. Here we have to learn. We started with this, but maybe too late. But lessons learned after COVID, in this case. The second thing I want to mention is the media. The role of the media. We should see the problem, I don't know how it is in other countries, that the old media, print media, is losing, and the new media is absolutely free of facts, speaking of all this, what you can find in this online media. And until now, we don't have an idea how we can get positive involved or to take part in these debates in this absolutely free of facts starting debates there in this online media.
So there is a loss of facts also that gets into parliament. Björn von Sydow, in the Swedish parliament there is actually a small unit to turn to for parliamentarians who need a small investigation to be done, and they are manned by civil servants, often PhDs, who can, find things out. Do you think that that type of service to parliamentarians should be, grown, more important? Do you think that would be a way out of things?
Yes, definitely it would. And it is a very forceful instrument if individual member uses it regularly. And especially, of course, when you are in the opposition and where you are not as close to the governmental system. So you definitely ask for a very important option.
Mm. Do you have that in your parliament? I mean, that also, I'm thinking of our speaker running a university almost with this little unit. Do you have that in your parliaments?
We have a different kind of institution, a little bit similar to that, let's say the opposition can get their proposal fact-checked by a unit in the parliament. But as to your first question, we are in a situation where there is not such factual denial, but the thing that, let's say individual cases, for instance, on migration, become facts and are exaggerated, and that thing, let's say, to really see what is that an individual case, or is that case that is presented, is it really representative of the situation? And actually in the new government program of Finland, there is one reference that they are going to strengthen the Bureau of Statistics in order to get better information. And I think we all agree of let's say, the role of also having good media debates with experts and politicians. And I think, may I say en français, que je crois que c'est meilleur que la formule que vous...
I believe that it is better than the formula that you had before the last election, where you had someone who, after he left government, was then convicted for things that he had done.
Can get biased. But maybe we'll also return to European politics, because there were interesting elements that I would like to comment on.
Yes, it's a very exciting or interesting moment, you should all know, in the Nordic politics, because Finland got a new government only Friday, I think, after months and months of negotiations. Talking about new parties, because there are always new, after an election, always new parliamentarians getting into the parliament, but also new parties. And in many cases, parties that of a type that we haven't had before. I'm talking about also the radical right parties. How do you as parliamentarians act towards them?
That's a good question. My point of view is they are elected by our citizens, and I have to respect the vote of my citizens. So I have also to do everything to have a fair discussion with them. But there are some points when they neglect facts, for example, vaccination during the COVID-19 period, then of course it is useless to continue with a discussion, because people also want decisions. We try to involve them in all our parliamentarian activities, especially when we work with young people, when we involve our citizens, to involve them directly. Here they have the same rights, of course, as all parties, and we try also to involve all our opposition parties in these processes.
I'm thinking about the micro interactions. Do you bring them coffee? Do you make them feel welcome? The small things. What do you say, Björn von Sydow?
If you look at it from a historical perspective, this situation of new parties entering the parliament, that can most of the times be said be very complicated. It takes them some periods of being active, understanding the rules, the silent rules, and of course understanding how their priorities are viewed by others, and learning how to negotiate what is good for you and what is good for me, and can we make a combination. It takes some periods, I would say, and also on the private situation, interacting, like you say, with the coffee machine and respecting or not overhearing things that you should not like yourself were overheard by. So it takes time, but I think in the long run, as it stands, it is possible to reach that. At least as long as it comes to fundamentals in democracy is respected. And that goes, of course, for very many of the things that you have. We all know what it is about. And if some politicians or parties openly disrespects the fundamentals of the democracy, and of course it won't work.
No, you cannot be polite at that moment. But talking about the general interactions, isn't it also a journey to make for the traditional parties, the parliamentarians from the traditional parties to, during the learning process, let's say, for these parties to be friendly? What do you say, Astrid?
In 2011, when I still was in the Finnish parliament, we had the big bang of the true Finns coming in. And I thought then that the party was certainly not homogeneous. So I tried also to make friends with those who were respecting values and human rights and so on. So may I say, it's quite difficult if you have a party that is totally opposed to what are your main goals. I can take this example in a Finnish setting. I come from the Swedish People's Party, which want to safeguard the position of the national minority Swedish-speaking Finns. And we have a party whose aim is to crush that identity, that bilingual identity. It is very difficult to cooperate with them, I must say. Or a situation when into parliament enter people who say, I would enjoy very much if that and that person in your party would be raped by foreigners. Such, writings in the public media or in blogs, that is, with those people, it is quite difficult to cooperate. But I think also you are perfectly right that if we are true Democrats, we need to listen to the arguments behind, we need to try to understand what is there behind inside the democratic rule, so to say.
Yes, we were hearing Johannes talking about that we shouldn't mix up rules and ideology. And also, Sarah was describing the British Parliament, the conflictual British model, but still Britain hasn't had a revolution. How afraid should we be of conflicts, Reinhold?
In Austria, maybe there is one big difference to other countries. In Austria, by constitution, our trade unions and also the Association of Farmers and also the Association of Entrepreneurs, they are protected by constitution, and by constitution they are automatically involved in our legislation process. So around the parliament, there are big influential groups who are involved. So our system, we have, in COVID it was different. We had a lot of demonstrations, but normally our trade unions sit together with the representatives of the entrepreneurs, and they come with their proposal to the parliament. So sometimes we said that our parliament is too weak, because in the forefront of and around the parliament we have a lot of this things. The second thing is, for a very long time, the two biggest parties from 1945 until 1986 had more than 90% of the votes, and most of the time the Social Democrats and the Christian Democrats formed the so-called Grand Coalition. It changed completely now, because now we have three camps with nearly the same size. This far-right-wing party, the Social Democrats and the Christian Democrats, and we have two strong new parties, the Liberals. Austria didn't have a liberal tradition, but now they are strong. And the Greens, they are now in government with us, with the Conservatives. And it works. So you know, I think our system is different. It is not a conflict system. And on the personal level, within all parties, you have these contacts. And here, last sentence, interparliamentary forums are very important. Because when we go to COSAC, when we go to the IPU, International Parliamentarian Union, the Council of Europe, here all the parties are involved. And most of the colleagues are going with us. They have leading positions inside their party groups.
Yes, and Austria has a long tradition of diversity and something to build on from history. Let's talk a little about the European Parliament. Astrid, you've been in the European Parliament. What do you think is the biggest difference in democratic culture if you compare the Finnish Parliament to the EU Parliament?
Well, the difference is, of course, the unpredictability of the European Parliament to the very predictable thing in Finland. And I think you can always see the difference between how you have a parliamentary system so that always the government's proposals go through. And in Finland, during the last 15 to 20 years, there has been an interpretation that really goes into the extreme. It means that it is very difficult for the parliament to change a proposal by government. If the government has been unanimous in making that proposal to parliament, the government parties and the responsible minister must agree for the change. So it makes even the work in the parliament a bit frustrating, and let's say not so much listening to the opposition, which is necessary. And in the 90s, still in the 90s, we had a rule that some things had to be adopted by 2/3 in the parliament. So that made the government more listen to the opposition. That was abolished because economic decisions were too difficult to make in the necessary conditions. In the European Parliament, I mean, you never know what the coalition will be and the outcome will be. Sometimes you know. But I was sitting in the Liberal group and I knew quite often if I was the responsible person, where my thumb went up or down could be the final result of the vote and the position of Parliament. So that is quite different. And I think that makes the interaction with citizens much more interesting in a non-parliamentarian system. And that same applies also to municipal councils in Finland, where, you know, you had an interaction until the vote in the council about plans and so on. And of course then what also was mentioned by our scientists, the question of the openness of the committee meetings and the power of the committee meetings. There we have the difference, pros and cons. And I must say that I think it was Finland and Sweden, when we entered European Union, we got a good scrutiny of our ministers and of EU affairs. But unfortunately, that scrutiny is not so public, at least in Finland. And we need to make that, just as suggested by our expert, made those debates much more lively and much earlier on. I think also European parliamentarians have the duty to make national circumstances understand what European proposals are about, but the best work can often be done in the national parliaments. And let's say we had parliamentary elections last spring. EU was hardly mentioned, and still there is so much power in national parliaments, in Finnish parliament, governing how our ministers behave in the councils in EU.
Dr. Lopatka, you were bringing up methods in this context of trust that is failing somehow or getting worse. You were talking about how the Austrian parliament does to increase contact with citizens, several institutions, and also referendums, of course. Do you think that I mean, compared to the Nordic countries, for instance, do you think that there's something more you should do, or would you rather sort of spread the example of the Austrian way of connecting?
I don't know how exactly in Sweden and in Finland it is with referenda. I know how it is in Switzerland. They have much more as we have, but we started with this. And at the end of the day, we take the will of our citizens serious. For example, we had built an atomic power plant. It was finished. Then we asked the people. They said, we don't want it. So no chance. No chance. Or you changed now. Now Finland and Sweden are on their way to NATO. In Austria, 90% of our people, for example, are in favor of neutrality. 90%. And to change this fundamental part of our constitution, leaving our neutrality, we can only do it with a referendum. And here, there would be no chance. There would be no chance what we see now in Finland and in Sweden. And we are doing here opinion polls. So I think at the end of the day, in our system, the position of the citizens is a strong one, and all the parties respect this system with a strong influence of the citizens. We also elect our president directly, our federal president, by the people, and not like in Germany.
Björn von Sydow.
I think really we are facing, speaking in the European perspective, climate policies. The discussion here is that the European policies will supersede the Swedish regulations. And there are reactions against the consequences on the climate policy proposals from scientists, but also official units and so on. So here we really have a very demanding challenge. How the existing EU directives and maybe regulations after negotiations with Parliament, how will they meet and face national opinions? And this is really, I think, an enormous demand is now upon our European political parts. And it will probably be more critical than the period during the pandemic. The pandemic was, to my view, a sign of what you say, Ragnar, on what can occur. Yeah. So your question here is fundamental. How can the European countries, populations, accept in political terms, voting, predominantly voting, with what will come out of the EU processes. On one thing, I would just add to Astrid saying that one thing that is really a great problem is what you indicated on female politicians. I concur with you in every respect.
About Cecilia.
Yeah, of course, Astrid, sorry.
I'm an old politician, so I also want to have about referenda and about conflicts in politics. As you know, Finland is now a full member of NATO, and we wish our dear friends in Sweden to be that as soon as possible, because our membership is not complete without Sweden. 10 years ago, the President of the Republic and others said, if we want to enter NATO, there needs to be a referendum. The position has been entirely changed. The opinion polls changed immediately after February 2022. So we could see that 80% of the population was for membership. But also taken into account, in such a question, with the risk of external interference, you cannot have a referenda. And I don't know if...
I must cut you short there, Astrid.
Yeah, no, and just...
Five seconds.
Five seconds. And just on... Or the referenda in Holland on Ukraine accession or the partnership agreement. It was a clear sign of external interference. But I hope that conflicts are about true questions like climate and that, and not about identity questions, because that is not bringing the political discussion much forward.
Thank you, Astrid. And that is a good final note for this discussion. And applause to you. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Cecilia, and dear panelists, thank you so much for your very interesting reflections. I think it all set up some thoughts in all of us, and that will be an excellent start on our discussion, which we will have after the coffee break. And before moving on to the exchange of views, you have also seen the list up here, so you see when it's your turn to speak. And for those of you that haven't done your mark for the word yet, you can also do that on your iPads. But before moving on the exchange of views, we will take a break, as I said, and we will first gather for a family photo in the grand stairway. And you passed it when you came here for the meeting room. And after the group photo, there is coffee waiting for us. And we will start again 11 sharp. So let's meet in the staircase. Thank you. Dear colleagues, we will now start the second part of the first session, during which I'm looking forward to your contributions when it comes to democratic dialogue and the role of parliaments and parliamentarians in safeguarding democracy and the rule of law. We have already received a number of requests for the floor, which you can see on the screens. And for those of you who wish to take the floor but haven't made a request yet, you will be able to do so during and throughout this session by using your iPads. The floor will be given to members according to the list of speakers. In order to allow as many members as possible to take the floor, I ask you to keep your interventions as short as possible and no longer than 1.5 minutes. I would also like to remind you to speak slowly and clear, since your interventions will be interpreted. I will now pass the floor to Cecilia again, who will moderate the discussion.
Thank you, Chair. Dear parliamentarians, we will now start the discussion. I'm looking forward to a very dynamic discussion. The 90-second rule is there for a reason, so that many of you can be heard, and I will be very strict with time. And first we have one of the amici italiani, Domenico Matera. Benvenuto a Stoccolma. Please.
President, Vice President, ladies and gentlemen, members of Parliament. Parliaments play a fundamental role in monitoring and defending the founding values of the Union. One of the most important among such values is the protection of the rule of law. This value is a constitutional heritage of the Member States, so much so that it is a key requirement in terms of the enlargement process and as a barrier against interference in the democratic processes. As we all know, the European Commission issues an annual report on the rule of law, and parliaments are actively involved in it by means of a procedure based on dialogue, evaluation and monitoring. The Commission has identified a number of checks: a judicial system, an anti-corruption framework, pluralism in the media. We can also mention the quality and inclusiveness of the law-making process. With specific regard to lawmaking procedures, the Italian Senate has recently introduced a specific body, the Committee for Legislation, which I have the honor of chairing. It is specifically dedicated to checking the quality of legislative texts in terms of consistency, structure, clarity, and relevance in their wording. And so
I'll give now the floor to un Français, une Française, Constance Le Grip.
Constance Le Grip has the floor. Go ahead. You have the microphone. Madam Chair, thank you very much. I fully share our commitment to protect our democratic values. And the importance of dialogue inside of our parliaments is essential, and the fact that our parliament should really remain the main bodies in which ideas are exchanged. As you know, in the past year, we have had quite an unprecedented situation in France with the two far-right and far-left parties that are quite powerful within the French National Assembly, which makes it quite challenging to conduct a democratic dialogue in compliance with rules, respecting these values, and making it quite difficult to conduct dialogue in a serene manner while respecting these democratic values. It's quite difficult, but despite this, we still manage to adopt most legislative texts, including the most important one, through this cooperation between the opposition and the majority. we still managed to do this. I would like to end on a subject which is very close to my heart, which is foreign interference in all of our Western democracies, and that's an increasingly worrying issue for our democratic systems. Thank you.
One and a half minutes.
1 minute 30. Oui, c'est ça, mais en tout.
Okay, grazie. Thank you. When we talk about democracy, we don't have the ancient concept of democracy that the Greeks used to have. There used to be a democracy of the people. Our democracy is a representative form of government. When we set up a democratic dialogue, our opposition represents a large part of the population. This is the reason why we must respect the opposite side. Paying respect to our political rivals means respecting the other part of the population. An Italian philosopher used to say that in order to respect other people, we must think that interlocutors are holding the truth, which means reflecting of ourselves. It's just like other people are the mirrors of our fears and doubts, and we need to tackle them. So our rivals become an interlocutor that help us look inside ourselves. This is seducing and scary at the same time. There are many tools of dialogue. I'm not talking about parliamentary debates, but there's more. We have decree laws, we have interparliamentarian dialogues, and these tools must work because emergency regulations might become dangerous if we overuse them.
First of all, I would like to congratulate the Swedish presidency for organizing today's conference on a discussion of an issue of paramount importance. Democratic dialogue, which concerns dialogue with civil society and the participation of civil society in the decision-making process, can help provide better tools for protecting human rights, promoting participatory democracy, good governance, and as well as maintaining checks and balances. Public consultation, by definition, supports social cohesion, democratic dialogue, and the smooth functioning of the state organizational structures, and thus may become an obstacle to corruption. While supporting the necessary structures for the functioning of the state, they are serving the public interest. Public consultation should be an essential component of the drafting of bills. They are granting access to citizens to express their views and suggestions and allow their effective participation in the decision-making process. In my view, this can be achieved better with technological means, preferably through an online platform for public consultations. Parliaments, as guarantors of citizens' rights and interests, must effectively exercise their supervisory role to enhance democracy and promote good governance, transparency and accountability, thus regaining their credibility. Today's conferences is a very good opportunity to exchange views and best practices among the parliamentarians in these directions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Edith, Portugal.
Thank you. I'm here. Dear colleagues, globalization has fostered a new age of economic prosperity and technological development that brought millions out of poverty. However, the idea that complex independencies between nations would eventually weaken and isolate authoritarian governments have long been proven incorrect. Authoritarian governments have demonstrated over time that they can thrive in a globalized world, exploiting supply chain dependencies to inflict economic difficulties and utilizing information warfare and disinformation to erode public trust in democratic institutions. So I have two questions to put, because war has once again returned to the European continent at the time when violence rages, inequalities are widening and politics is polarizing, and when governments are struggling to cope with unforeseen events, including climate change, pandemics, and the rise of new technologies, now is the time to ask, can democracy deliver peace? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do you at the podium have something to say to what you have heard from the speakers? Not at the moment? All right, we'll go on. Talat Xaferi?
Here. Distinguished colleagues, certainly as a state and as experience since our 3 decades of independence from the former Yugoslavia have been through a turmoil of a system of a monologue in former Yugoslavia, a single-party system into a majority and multi-party system. In the past 3 decades in the politics and in the democracy are not that long, and certainly we have we need to learn a lot on our way, and we closely cooperate with the European Parliament and with the parliaments from the region so that we can learn from each other. Certainly we pay particular attention to the inter-party dialogue. We are included in the Jean Monnet dialogue in our parliament. Certainly the dialogue among the political entities in a political society has a special space to resolve the misunderstanding and to smooth out the different opinions. The Parliament is an arena where the different opinions clash, and everyone should be heard in the Parliament. The essence of the democracy lies in the right for each parliamentarian to participate in the debate. The strengthening of the political culture is key for the growth of the democracy. As a society, we are faced with many challenges in this area. The most recent one is our constitutional amendments in regard with the implementation of the obligation that we have taken over in regards with our full-fledged membership to the European Union, and we will be persistent in this our task.
Going back to Italy, Pasqualino Penza.
L'adesione all'UE.
Torniamo all'Italia.
Ringrazio. Sì.
Very well. Thank you for your warm welcome. Today we have dealt with paramount issues, including a key subject, citizens' participation in the decision-making process to draft public administration laws. I think that we should raise a point. Citizens should participate more in politics. We see that citizens are drifting away from the public sphere. They should be attracted to the public sphere by using new technologies. Citizens should be interconnected among themselves, and they should be connected to their representatives in Parliament. This is a tool that should be adopted within the EU. We should share common tools within the EU without the fear of diminishing the role of parliaments. This is very important, and I think we should use new platforms that are coming out. Such platforms are being used in some countries, and this should be a sound starting point.
New platforms are important. We'll go ahead. Cyprus?
Thank you very much. I would like to begin my intervention with a slogan which appears on Washington Post every day when I read the newspaper: democracy dies in darkness. But I don't have time to develop that concept. I'm just going to read my intervention. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, the challenge today for democracies in Europe and beyond is how to become more open and more resilient. Dialogue and inclusiveness are part of the essence of a culture of democracy. They are qualities that need to be nurtured and demonstrated in everyday life. Respect for the rule of law and respect for each other are fundamental notions of democracy that apply equally to all people, whatever their position in society. The Conference on the Future of Europe and its setup represented a unique opportunity to put the European citizens at the center of the debate and reflections on Europe's challenges and priorities and make their voices heard also in between elections. Consensus building within our societies, as well as the encouragement of citizens and active engagement on matters of public interest, such as corruption, is instrumental in enhancing integrity. Strengthening the participation of civil society empowers citizens to reject corrupt practices and to expose corrupt politicians and officials. Parliaments can help to channel the interests and concerns of civil society into parliamentary debates. Thank you very much. I'm sorry it took a little longer than expected.
Thank you so very much. We now go to Bolyarka Ilyas from Hungary. There you are. With a microphone.
Okay, so can you hear me? Okay, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Excellencies, dear colleagues, as a member of a more than 1,000 years old nation, it is with the utmost pleasure to speak here in the Swedish Parliament about the importance of a solid legal system which in my country originates from 1222 with the adoption of the Hungarian Golden Bull, which was created at the same time as the Magna Carta. By that, rule of law became part of the Hungarian legal system. In Hungary, we all respect universal values and principles, at the same time recognize the national character of our constitutional traditions. In case there are questions, we are always open for dialogue based on facts and constitutional specificities. We live in such difficult times when free and open debate is not only an essential tool, but a necessity, as the background paper rightly states. We turn regularly to our citizens to listen to their opinions about the most important and strategic issues by referendums or by national consultations. And my elemental mission as an elected member of the Hungarian Parliament is to represent and save the will and interests of Hungarians. So I am here, I am listening to you and also respect your point of view because I believe in establishing a genuine dialogue, including the participation of the national parliaments could be key to put an end to the bad habit of using the rule of law as a political weapon. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So several parliamentarians have here spoken about the need for stronger communication, better communication between parliaments and citizens. Do you want to add something to that? Sarah?
I think we've been around many topics. Sorry. I think we've been around many important topics, and it is very clear that there are elements that have to do with the structural, institutional setup of parliaments and their workings, but also, as we've heard from many parliamentarians, the need for a culture and a dialogue which is not down to the rules and structures. However, it is clear, I hope, from today's presentations and reflections that rules and structures have to be in place in order to enable the democratic dialogue and the respect for opposing views. So how do you get from rules and structures to that democratic dialogue? I believe that it is a matter for politicians to look each other in the eye and agree on both the rhetoric and the topics that one collaborates on, respecting opposing views, but nevertheless agreeing that everyone is in the job to get your country, your parliament, to a better place. I won't continue on the details of what we have already been into this morning, but there is a point in saying that parliaments, as they are very large and diverse plenaries, really can benefit from having effective and professional committee systems where you can meet, sometimes behind closed doors, to have it out over policies, but also to build the trust that you then take into plenary.
Thank you. Astrid, you want to add something?
Well, first of all, I want to support Sarah very much on the question of committee powers, because that's important, and that's the way how the Parliament can hold the executive accountable in a transparent way. Second, there has been, I would want to ask the intervention, the parliamentarian who spoke about the new platform. You asked us, Cecilia, if you had comments, but I would like you to come back to what kind of platforms you are using. There is one political party in Finland, Movement Now, who say that they will be asking their members much more. But after a couple of years, we have seen that their policy is not any different. So are there efficient, let's say, platforms that can be used? I also heard the intervention from a friend in Macedonia, and I would ask, because we know that in that country we have the special bud inter rules that would force the more cooperation and compromise. And if you could come back and say something about, let's say, is that beneficial for the democracy in the country and giving the minority a better position? I mean, we hear differently. But I think the biggest question was asked by our Portuguese friend, who asked, can democracies work in this era of war? I think we cannot answer, but it is the role of democracies to promote a just peace. And we believe that democracies do not start wars. This is still the thing. And we can see how dangerous it is when we have a country waging war, and it's one person that decides, not even the former Politburo or the 3 persons holding the button for the destructive weapons. So I think that is the thing. And what we need at the moment is more, as Reinhold was looking for, and all the others, more international cooperation to deal with the question. Not just, but very importantly, those that Björn mentioned, the climate change. But we also need to agree on artificial intelligence. That's one of the, and questions of war and peace. We need more cooperation. The Conference of Europe was mentioned. I think it's sometimes very difficult to have discussions on very general level. How about if we would have a conference, for instance, of the most dividing issue, migration? And my suggestion is, because we have now a setup between the member states of EU and EU, which is unbalanced and which prevents us from reaching a good solution, because labour migration is national competence and asylum is EU competence. And with this setup, we are not reaching the best results that we could have. So that could be a topic for a future conference, and trying to debate that. Because, I mean, it's good that we are reaching the agreement on the package, but it lacks the labour component.
Thank you so much, Astrid. Johannes?
Yeah, just 2 brief comments from a scholar of politics. I'm not an expert on international relations or international conflict, but in response to Representative Estrela's question, I think history, my reading of the literature on international relations is that history shows that democracies can be very effective in mobilizing society's resources for war. So democracies are not necessarily at a disadvantage when there is conflict, but democratic electorates are typically not eager for war. So in that sense, I guess there's hope that democracies can deliver peace because their voters typically hope for that to happen. Several speakers have brought up the possibility of complementing the representative democratic process and the work of parliaments with deliberative assemblies or participatory institutions or referendums. It was in the presentations before the break, but also in some of the interventions here. I guess from my point of view, the important question is, can that sort of participation be consistent with political equality? So say what you will about representative elections, but the principle of one person, one vote is very clear. I think when people's individual resources like education, how much time they have on their hands and so on, influence their ability to participate, that might lead to new sorts of political inequalities if participatory institutions spread. So I think the important question is these platforms, these new sorts of institutions that you're looking for, can they be set up in a way that promotes equal participation among different groups of voters? Thank you.
Thank you, Johannes. And some of you were also addressed by Astrid. So if any of you want to come back, just put yourselves on the list. I believe it was about platforms and what they can contribute to democracy also. Ulrik Nilsson is the next speaker from Sweden.
Thank you. Let me be a bit personal. After a late night, after an election that we have lost, I went to our youth organization to cheer them up, and they were crying. Sweden will be ruined and my future wasted because we lost the election. And then you certainly realize that as long as you see politics as a mean to achieve things, then you always have a risk to count winners or losers. But if you see democracy as a goal itself, then you always have a way back. You can always promote new ideas, you can always sharpen your argument, you can always develop the future. But my question is actually, because I think this responsibility turns back to us as parliamentarians. How do we promote this sense that it's important the way decisions are taken, not always exactly what decisions that are taken? So what can we do to champion the idea and to defend it? We can talk about structures, we can talk about institutions, but on the end of the day, it's the act of ourselves as politicians that actually will decide whether we will gain respect for the democracy or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also a message from the technicians that you have to take down your headphones when you are talking. Okay. Yes. We'll go ahead to Belgium. Moslem Ozen, where are you?
Thank you. Chers collègues, je vous remercie pour les
Dear colleagues, thank you very much for the fantastic presentations and also the very rich exchange of views that we've had so far. As far as I'm concerned, when we talk about democratic dialogue, I would like to insist, like some of my colleagues, on a certain aspect, namely the citizens' participation in the democratic dialogue and how can we involve the citizens in public affairs. I am indeed convinced that democratic dialogue has to be modernized and also has to take up new formats. It can't be just a dialogue with representatives inside parliaments, but we have to have associations, interactions in order to reinforce this dialogue and so that this link to democracy has to be lived by the citizens and not only wait until we are to cast our votes to have participation. And here I would like to share with you a positive example that we had at the Constitutional Committee that I chair in the Belgium Parliament, we have a consortium of 60 citizens which have been chosen quite by chance, and they have to talk about, say, party financing, and they come to Parliament and they have presented recommendations as how can we change the system, how can we, by doing so, reinforce trust between citizens and the political system and also political representatives. So this is a very positive experience that we have had in Belgium, and maybe you also have, dear colleagues, such positive experiences.
A board of citizens that has enhanced contact between parliamentarians and citizens in Belgium, if I understand, and you were invited also to give your own examples, if you have. Yes, Lopatka?
Our Green Party in Austria, it was not the party, it was the minister of the Green Party. She established such a council where we discuss all these climate issues. Because if we really want to change our society, here we need each citizen in his own behavior. And it costs a lot of money, because we have now structured this work with the lead of the ministry. And it's a new way for a permanent involvement of experts together with citizens, politicians, and with the ministry for climate change.
So there are new ways. Feel free to join the list to tell you their examples that you can share. We have now another Swede, Jan Riese.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up on the talk by Sara Hageman about parliaments shaping the...
Sorry, I didn't see you. I didn't know who was talking. They were.
About parliaments shaping the democratic debate. I'm personally deeply concerned about an international trend where politicians use inaccurate numbers, statistics, and statements during debates and when communicating with journalists and voters. I'm afraid that we see as an alternate reality being fabricated. This may ultimately jeopardize the resilience of our rule of law, I think. As lawmakers, it's our responsibility to be cautious when we claim to provide evidence on various subjects, be it CO2 emissions, Arctic ice, energy systems, or whatever. And this must be based on factual information and data, otherwise we risk navigating towards the future without a reliable map. The most obvious countermeasure is, of course, to ensure correct information dissemination, which thus improving Europeans with an evidence-based understanding of politics, climate change, inclusion, human rights and democracy. With the European Parliament elections less than a year away, I think it's crucial for us to unite and combat disinformation and the proliferation of alternative facts. 500 million Europeans deserve a solid foundation upon which to make their choices. Thank you.
Thank you. It's, again, this problem with facts. Björn von Sydow, do you want to add something here?
Thank you very much. Well, I think it's easy to overstate how difficult it is about facts. And we learned that from the pandemic, that it took the heads of the non-political spheres roughly 5 weeks understanding the pandemic. And it seems that quite many of them were in a sort of consensus. It took more time for the political system in various countries to accept this. I think you can say perhaps 6-7 months. I think, let's think that that will be the case. That in a sudden experienced catastrophe or close to that, the experts will for some time not understand it, but rather soon. And then the political sphere, to some extent due to inaccuracies in our media system, because we accept competition, we do not want to stress too heavily critique on various sorts of media. It will take some more months. That's not bad for democracy. That's not bad. We can't make everything perfect in the immediate start. And I won't go into this issue on war and peace for the war, but for non-combat issues, I think this is a reasonable function of European democracy, and to some extent also the US democracy. Mr. Fucci, who was head of it, he perfectly understood the case. The president didn't accept it, but time came where at the end of the day, and to some extent before Mr. Trump has left, it was clear what also the Americans' political system were tending to join up.
You satisfied with the answer? Yes.
I can come back to that later.
All right, we'll turn now to Jelena Zaric-Kovacevic. Jelena, where are you?
Yes, I'm here, thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it gives me great pleasure to address you on behalf of the Committee on Constitutional and Legislative Issues of the National Assembly of the Republic of Serbia, which I chair. I would like to share with you in a few words the experience of the committee and its work on amending the Constitution of the Republic of Serbia, which took place in the period that is just behind us. For example, the committee organized public hearings, which were well attended, and representatives of experts and stakeholders participated in the work, and I think it can be a great example of democratic dialogue and also the parliamentarians trying to increase the trust in the institution. We are glad that today's conference has as one of its topics the importance of the Parliament for democratic dialogue. We are very aware of this in the National Assembly of the Republic of Serbia. We're trying to create an environment in which constant inter-party dialogue among MPs will be ensured. At the same time, efforts are being made to establish a dialogue with representatives of civil society and citizens as well. I would like to thank you for the time you dedicated to me to look briefly back on the work of the National Assembly of the Republic of Serbia and the Committee on the Constitutional and Legislative Issues. I wish you a successful conference work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to the next speaker, who is Rachid Madran from Belgium.
Yes, oui, c'est moi. D'abord, merci pour cette conférence. Juste, je serai brève.
First, a few words of thanks for this wonderful conference. I am the president, the speaker of the Brussels Parliament, but also am to the Congress of 210 million inhabitants that are represented by this Congress of local and regional parliaments. And so we have all of the political parties. So the mistrust is translated with the arrival of extremist parties, extreme left or right parties, by the way. So what can we say? In the era of post-truth and immediacy, it seems that the time for politics does not match with the time slots that we live through. So in Brussels, in Belgium, we have worked on democratic innovation. The Brussels Parliament has created mixed committees. You have 15 representatives which have been elected and 45 citizens that have been drawn. And so they work together for several months on specific topics, and then they work on recommendations. And this is what I ask the experts. Do you not think that the future of our democracy has to be representative? It means that we have to innovate in our democracies and involve more our citizens in the decision-making processes.
I turn to Sarah, perhaps.
There are no doubt that democratic dialogues and the role of Parliament is changing because of the media and because of technologies. And so certainly to ensure that you have the participation and the input from citizens and different groups of society, there is a need for ensuring that the channels to citizens is clear and is open. But I do think that this needs to be thought through very, very well, because as Johannes mentioned previously, of course, if you introduce technical solutions that certain groups in society do not have access to, for example, the elderly, people who don't have the means financially to have technology at home, then you are not representative of the very most vulnerable in society. So the question is how you reach everyone in society and you stay connected. And I think it is a question that I cannot answer for you, but it is a question to reflect on. But I also think that it is important to go back to basics of what it is that Parliament does in legislative terms and in deliberations. And I also think that it is important to go back to the role of each of the specific functions in Parliament, such as the Speaker having the responsibility for a fair and open dialogue that is inclusive, such as committees being professional in preparing legislation and dialogue for Parliament. All of those elements also need attention at the same time as we try to reach citizens in new ways.
Astrid, you want to answer also to our Belgian friend?
Just a small addition, because as Professor Sarah Weisdeen is very, very wise and pointing out to things. But I think there is a little bit, I was always advised when I entered the European Parliament, don't say you do it this way in the Nordics. I was always advised not to do that. But I must say that we have a tradition of political parties being really popular movements, broad-based democratic movements. And I think we should not forget the importance of having also democratic safeguards in political parties in order to us to be representative. I can see that their tendency has been the opposite in many parties that have been democratic, and they have not the structure. So formally you can have democracy, but in practice you have some leaders who totally dominate their political parties. So I would say that, but as to Monsieur Madran, nous avons les mêmes expériences.
We share the same experience with you at local level, very innovative things, how to, there are draws, we have citizens that are selected to discuss very specific issues with parliamentarians. Of course, you need to...
I think there are some limits, as Sarah was saying.
That's very interesting. Not every political party has a structure inside itself to safeguard democracy. Are you happy with the answer, Monsieur Madran? Do you want to add something? Fine.
Simplement dire que nous, on a des gars.
Well, we do have safeguards in Belgium for representativity. Of course, we have a panel of volunteers. You have, first of all, volunteers, and then you have a draw. And then we make sure that everyone is presented, senior citizens, disabled person. But of course, there's no panacea. We try to improve each time. So how can we make people take part more? Because, we have carried out a study with the young people. 1 out of 2 young person is ready to be led by one authoritarian personality. And this is, of course, a source of great worry for us.
As to accept authoritarian leaders. Tiago Moreira de Sá from Portugal, where are you? Hello, please.
Good morning, everyone. When we talk about democracy in Europe today, we have to assume that we are at war. Russia threatens democracy in increasingly insidious ways, as we see every day in the bloody fields of Ukraine. When you talk about democracy today, the most important thing to do is to continue to support Ukraine without hesitation. We must support Ukraine with diplomacy and money, but above all, we must give military support to Ukraine, including tanks and planes. And we need to go further. We must support, without hesitation, Ukraine admission to the European Union. Ukraine is Europe. As George Steiner told us in an inspired moment, Europe stands from Fernando Pessoa coffee shop, a Brasileira in Lisbon, to the coffee shop of the gangsters of Isaac Babel in the stories of Odessa. We must also consider to keep NATO door open to Ukraine when the right moment and the right conditions are achieved. The previous architecture of security and defense in Europe was destroyed by Russian tanks and artillery. Detente is not possible, nor old conceptions of neutrality and buffer zones, as you know here in Sweden. We need a new European order, and Ukraine must be part of it. Almost a century ago, today appeasement is not a solution. If we give up to fight for democracy in Ukraine in the name of a false sense of security, we will end without security and without democracy. Thank you very much.
Lopatka, Dr. Lopatka, what is Ukraine's place in future Europe?
I'm not in contradiction what my colleague from Portugal said, but we had also colleagues before from the Western Balkans. In speaking of enlargement in EU, the EU should be fair that we treat all these countries in the same way. They have to reach a certain status of the rule of law and all the other issues which are very important. And we have to give them, of course, this European perspective. I'm absolutely in favor. But in the same way as we do it with the Western Balkans. And I have to ask all these countries, I had the chance to observe elections in all these Western Balkan countries. They have also to do their homework. And you have to give also the opposition a strong position within your parliamentary system. Sometimes I see it in these countries that there is, how should I say, they see more the opposition as an enemy, as a partner. And I think also we have to learn it. You know, in Austria, in the 1920s, Christian Democrats shot people from the Labour Party and vice versa. So we were fighting, looking at the picture you had before, and now we learn to debate. And when I look to the Western Balkans, especially all the problems we are seeing now, Kosovo and Serbia, to give only one example, but also within Bosnia-Herzegovina, here I can only ask all the colleagues from this country to do everything to respect fundamental principles of a functioning parliamentary system, which means that you have to give the opposition certain rights and to respect the opposition. And the second thing is the Ukrainian friends, they should respect that we cannot give them an other treatment as we do with other countries, speaking of enlargement.
Do you want to add something on the Ukrainian part? Astrid, yes?
I cannot but agree with Reinhold. I have been seeing also these countries, all the mentioned in my other capacity as in working for the OSCE. But I think what we can do and what we should do for Ukraine and for countries that have not yet opened the negotiation, it is to support their path as much as possible. And that we can do in different way. So we can do that. Maybe then the negotiation process could be shorter. But also, dear friends, I think we need to be aware that now there's always a talk about when you enlarge, should you deepen. And I think that we will have, at least after the European elections, serious discussion on the reform of institutions to be able to be a union of more than present number of member states. And those discussions will be difficult. And therefore, you know, this kind of cooperation and discussion we are having today, to be able to influence in an equal way the European decision making is also important and is a good topic for the future interparliamentary dialogues and COSAC.
Thank you. We have Talat Xaferi on the list. Where are you?
Се чувствува заедници или малцинствата во нашава држава.
With the ethnicities in our state, I felt obliged to reply. After 3 decades, we are faced with many challenges. One of the challenges was in 1991 when we were facing a civil war in our state. We have surpassed this state in 2001. We have surpassed it with the Ohrid Framework Agreement, implementing the ethnicities in the preamble of our constitution, thus building a system of avoiding of majorization in the assembly. Thus, we have a committee for inter-ethnic relations in our assembly, which includes all the minorities, and the decision-making process is based on 2/3 majorities, based on the rights and the needs of the ethnicities for the language, culture, and characteristics of each ethnicities. And all decisions in regards with this topic are adopted by the Badanter majority, meaning that the plenum votes with 2/3 majority, including the Badanter principle with the majority of the votes of the ethnicities in the parliament. We are faced with a similar challenge ahead of us with the introduction of the Bulgarian and other communities in the preamble of our constitution. So, according to the French proposal to open the accession negotiations with the Union, whether this will be our last challenge for our membership to the European Union is something that is a dilemma at the current point of time for us.
Dr. Lopatka, do you want to answer to this? A lot of work is being done to democracy.
Yes, I think we should not put the finger on each other. We both have to do our homework, also the European Union, that we are not losing credibility, always asking for more and more or different things. But on the other hand, as you know, you did a lot, and sometimes it's a pity when a member country like now Bulgaria is stopping such a process, maybe because of internal problems in their own country. It should not happen. I see it as you mention it. But for me, the most important thing is that the leaders in this country by themselves fully respect what they need, speaking of the rule of law, of transparency, accountability, fighting corruption, which is very, very important, that they see it as their own task and not that the EU wants to have it. So I think we are on a good, the way is okay, but we should not lose time anymore. We lost a lot of time.
I see Astrid nodding here.
I feel exactly what Reinhold is saying, that this is not something that is imposed, fighting corruption, by the European Union, but something that is demanding also by the citizens of many countries. And one thing which is, I think, might be a little bit going over to the next discussion is also access to the media. I think that is the question. If we want to have fair and equal conditions, we must have a situation where before referenda, before elections, we know how important equal access to media is, and you as an observer of electoral missions, we can see more and more that elections are technically well functioning, but the administrative use of administrative resources and not equal access to media are those that get criticism from ODIHR and from other electoral observation, and that is serious, and that needs to be tackled.
I know Björn von Sydow wanted to add something here.
Yes, a remark. One Swedish scholar, Mr. Rothstein, professor in Göteborg, he has studied corruption very much for quite many years. And his view is that there is a very interesting difference between men's behavior and women's behavior when it comes to corruption. It seems that women understand the risks, not only in a personal, private way, but also to family standing, kids standing in the society, and maybe also in an understanding way that power and shall not be relying upon corruption. So I think that one possible potential is for people and political parties, for instance in the Balkans, to bring up women and women's attitudes more in the forefront, including a strong standing on rotting corruption. It's an interesting option that a positive difference between the gender illustrates. Thank you.
That's an interesting point, that women are less prone to corruption than men. We have two of our Italian friends now concluding the list. So, Pasqualino Pensa, please.
I just wanted to thank you. Thank you, Astrid, for the question you've just asked me. I would like to answer you in a direct way. I don't come from a country in which direct democracy is adopted at the national level. But I come from a party which has been adopting direct democracy since its birth. We developed an in-house platform which is called Russo, like the philosopher. If you want to know what people think, ask them. We use another platform. It's called Skybot. It has the same technical features. It involves active citizens. It is very user-friendly. It helps older people to participate in the public sphere very easily and in the decision-making process within the party. And the party answers people questions. So we are constantly in touch with our affiliates. And this is something important. The EU should set itself a very ambitious objective, setting up a digital participation committee. This will be a new frontier that will have to be reached.
A new method by this party, is it Fratelli d'Italia? No? What party?
Movimento 5 Five-Star Movement.
They're suggesting now a way to direct more, to talk more directly to citizens. Astrid.
I just thank you very much for the suggestion, and I would maybe turn to Vice Speaker of the European Parliament, what he thinks, because that could be also one thing doing that. But at the same time, I think with some of the, let's say, reserves that Sarah has on these digital platforms, it might be that there are, let's say, younger persons who are more digitally adept. We know that 20% even in Finland feel that they are not digital enough even to use banking services. So there is that gap. But I put the question to Mr. Simeka also, your concrete suggestion.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for the.
Grazie.
As for these new ways of encouraging participation via digital platforms and all the other deliberative institutions, I mean, there was a major step by the European Union done in this regard with the Conference on the Future of Europe, a large part of which was digital. There were physical panels following the principles of deliberative democracy with random sampling and people discussing the various issues. But lots of people want to make it permanent. Lots of my colleagues in the European Parliament would want the Conference on the Future of Europe with its participatory tools to make it kind of a permanent conference to discuss major European issues, and you mentioned migration, but there could be, of course, others. I think it was a successful experiment, and lots of good ideas came out of that. I see two problems with this approach, and one is the one mentioned by Professor Lindvall, which is that of equality and of equal opportunity to participate, because of course young people are more digitally literate and have more time to engage. And the other problem, and this is the problem with the Conference of Europe as a whole, which I see, is that so many people invested so much time in political participation, be it online or be it in physical presence, which generated so many and quite high expectations of real political change, and then none came, to be completely frank, because the ideas that were generated by participation, by people engaging, by people from bottom up, then haven't really reached the Council or the Member States and the governments, and haven't really translated so far. I hope they will, but so far they haven't really led to any major changes. So my sense is that if I would allow and encourage more participation, but then we really have to make sure that there isn't a frustration at the end of the process, that we deliver as political elites or as politicians. Thank you so much.
Deliver to expectations when it comes to democracy. We have one more speaker on the list from Italy, Domenico Matera. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, in the beginning, I spoke about the Committee for Legislation, which helps clarity in laws. And this helps citizens to get closer to politicians. The committee also gives an assessment on the impact of new legislation. The aim is to make sure that the means are adequate to the goals set up by the law-making chamber. This is a very high added value. I believe that this has been strongly recommended by the Commission by its Better Regulation initiative. We need to strengthen democracy in terms of transparency in the decision-making process, in terms of openness to the needs of citizens with a view of a more active involvement by means of public debates in the preparatory phase of the lawmaking process. This way, the legislative process spills out of institutions and opens up to the outside world, thus providing more opportunities for participation and inclusiveness, which can strengthen parliaments and the relationship of trust between politicians and citizens.
Take note at the end. This was the last question. Does any of you want to answer that? Come on, you are experts. Astrid.
There is a Finnish or Nordic tradition that women go first out on thin ice, as we sometimes say. So I will not take the floor anymore, but let me say that there are representatives from Finland for our Constitutional Committee, and the Constitutional Committee in Finland is more looking at are the laws in concordance with the Constitution. And sometimes the committee also does a little bit of, let's say, quality check. But at the moment, dear Finnish colleagues, we have a situation where there's an evaluation body doing the evaluation of the legislation. And it is not working so much, in my view, with the political process. And there's a little bit of so the ideas forward here could be taken. But while I have the floor, may I make my last remarks? I hope parliaments could have as vice speakers as Reinhold and Björn. That's, I think, the first thing to do. Second, take Sarah's and Johannes' recommendations earnestly, because there were many very good recommendations, and especially that on, really powers of the committee, and let's say where transparency is useful or not. And maybe, even though a little bit stepping out of the room, let's say, respecting the independence of the media, but we need to have a dialogue also with media, with the fact-checking, how debates are displayed and how they are broadcasted, and equal access to that. I think there are many elements in today's discussion that would be helpful for the respectful and productive dialogue that will increase the trust and will increase the rule of law, because functioning democracy in this way is a very important part of the trinity that we need for a functioning democracy, human rights and rule of law.
Thank you. I would like to add our current speaker also to the list of speakers who are doing a lot for democracy. This will conclude this session, and I leave the word to you.
Thank you, Cecilia. And dear colleagues, thank you for your valuable contributions, and also thank you to the panelists and to the researchers for this interesting dialogue. We are approaching the end of session 1, and I would now like to invite Speaker Norlén, who has been listening to these interesting discussions, to make some concluding remarks. So, Andreas, you're welcome to take the floor. Yes.
Well, dear colleagues, thank you very much for this very interesting and interesting discussions with the many perspectives, experiences shared, and I would say, regardless of the actual content, I would say this is European parliamentary conferences at their best, because we have really heard examples from throughout Europe on how you handle these very topical and important issues on democracy, participation, crisis management, and so many other perspectives. So I would like to thank you very much, everyone who has participated in this discussion. Just to make a few short remarks, and I apologize for using the fact that nobody will be able to say anything against this. I would like to make a few observations. Well, the chair of the committee, of course, will conclude, so she may cut me to pieces afterwards, of course. But other than that, a few observations and some Swedish experiences. When it comes to committee powers, I think it is worth mentioning that the committees in the committee structure in the Swedish Parliament has very old roots, dating back at least to the 18th century, where we actually had the first political parties formed in Sweden during a period of our history which we call the Liberty era, between eras of more absolute monarchy. But we had an era there where the Riksdag, the parliament, was at the center of decision-making and power in Sweden. And then also we created a tradition of very strong committees. And to a great extent, I would say that tradition is still very much alive, shown in several ways. But I would certainly like to mention that it is for the committees and for Parliament itself to set its own agendas. The government cannot interfere with the agendas of either the committees or the Parliament as such, which I think is important in order to have a kind of separation of powers. I would also like to mention that every member of the Swedish Parliament is entitled to introduce bills, motions as we call them, and during a few weeks in the autumn, they can table motions on any subject, and that right is widely used, which means that several thousand motions are tabled every year, and all of them have to be processed by a committee, and all of the findings of the committees have then to be debated in the chamber. So you have a direct link between the individual member, the committee process, and what happens in the chamber. So we do not have a system that you can kill proposals in the committee, for instance, in order to stop them from being debated in the chamber, and you cannot block an individual member's motion either. So this, of course, this system with a very wide, a lot of influence to members and to committees, always has pros and cons as any system. But I would like to mention that as an illustration of that the fact of how you organize your parliamentary work actually, to a great extent, also influences what is debated in chamber and also in society. Another observation with regards to the disrespect for science, facts and knowledge that we can see in our time is that we introduced a few years ago a special research day or science day in the Swedish Parliament, a yearly research day or science day, and that means that every parliamentary committee can invite researchers on topics they choose themselves. They do that at the same time during this day, and then we have a joint seminar to discuss a topic relating to the relationship between politics and science, politics and academia in a joint session. And this was, of course, this initiative was taken, of course, to enrich the political debate with perspectives from academia, but also as a way of signaling the importance of science, facts, and academia as such in our society. So I see it both as a practical thing and as a symbolic matter. And my third and last observation, when it comes to responding to topics raised in this dialogue, regards public consultations and involvement of citizens in politics. I think it is important. I am, of course, in favor of citizens engaging in politics, but I think it is important to think very carefully about the relationship between political parties, political institutions, and representative democracy and direct democracy. Because I fear, because my understanding of representative democracy is that it is for the political parties primarily to engage with citizens, not for the political institutions. I think I see a risk here that political institutions circumvent political parties and engage in that dialogue directly. And I think that is a problem for reasons mentioned here, but also to put a kind of party political perspective on that, is that we do want citizens to engage in the political parties, to be elected representatives on local, regional, national or European level. And if we have a shortcut into policy making by institutions engaging directly with citizens, we also produce less incentives for people actually to engage in the political parties, which can, of course, sometimes be tedious. It requires work, it requires time, but it is of essential importance to our democracies, and not least on the local level. I fear that if we have too much of institutional dialogue with citizens, we have too less interest in the political parties. Just to kind of be bringing that perspective to this discussion as well. Finally, it was asked whether or not democracies are good at handling crises, not least wars. And I would certainly say, from a more idealistic point of view, that in the end, democracies should always prevail if there is a struggle between democracy and dictatorship. Because democracy, with all its flaws, of course, is the system that actually has legitimacy and can mobilize people, not just ordering people to do stuff, but mobilizing them with their hearts and minds to do stuff, to defend values. And it is also the systems that produces, history has taught us, the greatest wealth in societies, because it encourages entrepreneurship, creativity, innovation in a way that you will not see in systems more closed, or where you can be afraid to speak up and to challenge the truths of the day. But I am idealistic in that perspective, but I also think that it is important that we realize that this triumph of democracy will not come by itself. It was not, the history did not end in 1990 with the collapse of communism in Eastern Europe and the emergence of democracy in Eastern Europe. I think we have always to work hard to show people that democracy can deliver what they want, and that we sometimes have to be ready to defend democracy, if need be, with military force, as our friends in Ukraine are doing right now, not just on their behalf, but on the behalf of all of us. They are actually at the forefront in the struggle for democracy in Europe at this very moment. Thank you all. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, dear speaker, for your concluding remarks and for joining us during the first half of this conference. And I'm afraid I won't disagree with you in your remarks. It was very, very wise words. It's a cliche that democracy needs to be won every day, but I think that's a cliche we need to take seriously. We need to address this issue every day, and not at least the happenings in the world during the last decades show us that that is a truth we need to consider. And addressing the young people, as one of our colleagues talked about, we actually have a system here in the Swedish Parliament where we invite school classes to be able to join us for a study visit and then to have an encounter with one of the parliamentarians for 30 minutes. And that is a very good way to addressing the democracy and our democratic system in Sweden and our representative democracy, and to talk to them about democracy and having a dialogue with young people, because it's the same situation in Sweden, that young people is addressing or have a tendency to take authoritarian leaders more, ranking them higher than democracy, and that's very seriously, and we need to take this alarm bell for consideration. So that is one good way you can actually address young people in the parliaments, and I'm very proud to be a member of a very open parliament that brings school classes this way and to have study visits in this building. Another thing that many of you talked about was the importance of bridging the gap between politicians and the people. For a long time in some parliaments in some countries, the gap has been growing, and people are therefore not believing in politicians and not believing that we can solve their issues. And especially in times of crisis, when people are struggling with their economics and inflation and energy prices, we as politicians need to show that we can solve their problems, and that we can address our energy to not just fight each other with different issues, but to come together and solve things together. And another thing that was said and was addressed during this session was that political forces want to decrease trust different political forces are trying to decrease trust in society, and we see that in different sectors. But we also need to realize that also states outside Europe wants to decrease the strength of Europe, and that is one thing we need to handle as citizens of Europe, to address that and to have that in the mindset that people are trying to diminish our democracies just to gain other power outside Europe. So these were my concluding remarks. Thank you so much once again, and I think we should give a round of applause to our moderator, Cecilia Garme, and the panelists. This concludes our interesting discussion on the importance of safeguarding democratic dialogue and the significance of parliaments. And I would now like to invite you to a buffet lunch in the Grand Gallery, which is right outside our meeting room. And we will meet again at 14:00 sharp, at 2 o'clock sharp. The afternoon session will be chaired by my colleague, Erik Ottosson, Deputy Chair of the Committee on the Constitution. So let's meet again at 2 o'clock. Have a happy lunch.
Welcome to Stockholm and to the Swedish Parliament, the Riksdag. During the Swedish EU presidency between January and June 2023, the Riksdag is an arena for meetings and dialogue between MPs from the parliaments of the EU member states and the European Parliament. Last year, we celebrated 100 years of Swedish democracy. This year, we're commemorating 500 years of parliamentary work and decision-making. The Riksdag is an open parliament in central Stockholm. Welcome to the Riksdag.
Bienvenue à Stockholm et au Parlement suédois. Pendant la présidence suédoise du Conseil de l'UE de janvier à juin, le Riksdag, le Parlement suédois, est le lieu de rencontre et de dialogue entre les membres des parlements des pays de l'UE et le Parlement européen. L'année dernière, la démocratie suédoise a fêté ses 100 ans. Cette année marque 500 ans de travail et de prise de décision au Riksdag. Le Riksdag est un parlement ouvert, situé au cœur de Stockholm. Bienvenue au Riksdag.
Dear members and dear colleagues, welcome back to the second half of our conference, which will focus on the importance of safeguarding the independence of the courts and trust in social institutions. We will begin the afternoon with the keynote speeches by Jessica Roswall, Minister for EU Affairs of Sweden, and Didier Weyrandes, European Commissioner for Justice. Dear Minister, dear Commissioner, warmly welcome to the Swedish Riksdag and the Interparliamentary Conference on Democracy in Europe hosted by the Committee on the Constitution. After the keynote speeches, we will hear from Thomas Bull, Justice of the Supreme Court of Administration in Sweden, and Gerdis Kjærulf Torgersdottir, Vice President of the Venice Commission. A very warm welcome also to you. After the speeches, we will start exchange of views with members, and during the previous sessions, requests for the floor are made from the iPads at your seats. You are welcome to make such a request at this time and during the keynote speeches and during the debate. And I would also like to invite especially members from countries who have not made a contribution and taken the floor to do so, to make sure that everyone is heard when we leave here today. Let me now invite our first keynote speaker to take the floor, dear Minister Roswall. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So, dear Excellencies, dear parliamentarians, thank you for the Committee of the Constitution for inviting me to the Conference on Democracy in Europe to speak on this crucial topic. Our Constitution does not copy the laws of neighboring states. We are rather a pattern to others than imitators ourselves. Its administration favors the many instead of the few. This is why it is called a democracy. This quote comes from one of the most famous speeches in history, Pericles' funeral oration. This speech was held more than 2,400 years ago, but parts of it might as well have been written today. Because the struggle for democracy, for a system of government that favors the many instead of the few, is not ancient history. It's an ongoing battle. And I do think battle is the right choice of words, since it's literally what the people of Ukraine have to endure to preserve their self-rule. If Pericles and the Athenians wrote the first chapter of the history of democracy in Europe, President Zelensky and the Ukrainians are writing the current one. That is why both Ukraine and the democratic values and rule of law are among the Swedish EU presidency's priorities. Russia's brutal illegal aggression against Ukraine clearly illustrates the contrast between democracies and autocracies, and it also highlights how the EU must defend our democratic way of life. European democracy is built on the rule of law, and judicial independence is found at the core of the rule of law. A strong rule of law with an independent independent judiciary leads to trust both for institutions and between institutions. Such trust contributes to a stable, predictable, and transparent environment. That is precisely the kind of environment that supports businesses and fosters economic growth, guarantees fundamental rights, and offers an antidote to authoritarianism. That was a very difficult word in English. So, I'm very grateful to speak on this behalf the subject here today. Before joining politics, I was a lawyer working on a daily basis in the Swedish courts. I have also been a member of the Judge Proposals Board, and that board prepares proposals for judicial appointments, which is the basis for the government's decisions. There is no bulletproof system for judicial appointments here or in any other member states. From my experience in the Judges Proposal Board, I know that the independence of courts in Sweden could also be improved even further. But I also know from this assignment that judges in Sweden have high integrity and independence. To preserve and strengthen the independence of the Swedish court, a committee, including every political party in the Riksdag, has united in a proposal for constitutional amendments. I believe that this inclusive approach and having a broad consensus on issues like these are something to be proud of. A vibrant democracy will always entail different points of view on political issues, but we must always have a common view on the rule of the game. Judicial appointment is a central element in achieving judicial independence. This is a challenge in many countries, including candidate countries that are working hard to join the EU, like Albania, Moldova, and Ukraine. Still, the way to achieve the EU's demands to uphold independent judicial system is to appoint independent judges. We expect no less from candidate countries, and these are, of course, the standards that we should also hold to ourselves. In addition to independent courts, parliaments are essential for upholding democracy and provide an environment for free exchange of ideas. If we value respect for freedom of opinion and speech, it has to start in our House of Parliament. And I'm glad that the Swedish government has a good cooperation with the Riksdag. Interinstitutional cooperation is also a vital part of our democracy at the EU level. Therefore, I have tried to spend as much time as possible in the European Parliament during the Swedish President, and during 4 days every month I have participated in the European Parliament's plenary session, representing the Council in debates and meeting with MEPs and also with Commissioner Reinders several times. This is a lot of time for a minister, but since the European Parliament is our co-legislator, I think this is very well time spent. Meeting and interacting regularly with members of Parliament has made our presidency better, and I hope to continue this dialogue on the same constructive spirit after the presidency as well. As I mentioned in the beginning of the speech, the war in Ukraine has made the dividing line between democracies and autocracies extremely clear. But defending democracy in Europe is not just a matter of protecting ourselves from Russian interference. That is necessary, but it's not enough. It's also about getting our own house in order. And we do have a problem with the rule of law in our union. Some member states have decided to act in a manner that goes against our fundamental values. We have to react when our commitments to these values are called into question. Not just because we want the EU to be a democratic role model on the world stage, but also because our cooperation rests on mutual trust that our common rules will be respected across the Union. When we can't trust that EU funds are handled properly in every member state, the EU budget is at risk. When we can't trust that businesses are treated equally in every member state, the single market is at risk. And when we can't trust that citizens will get a fair trial in every member state, our justice and home affairs cooperation is at risk. That is why the Council had decided in December last year to suspend 6.3 billion euros of EU funds to Hungary by applying the so-called conditionality regulation. Last year, the Council also decided on tough milestones on the rule of law in certain member states' recovery plans, most notably Poland and Hungary. This means that substantial amounts of EU funds cannot be disbursed unless real reforms to strengthen the rule of law are implemented. We have also followed the recent development in Poland and have taken note of the infringement procedure launched by the Commission regarding the legislation introduced on the State Committee for the Examination of Russian Influence. The Commission is concerned that this legislation is not in compliance with the rule of law and may be used to adversely affect the freedom of Polish elections. Russian interference in Europe is a serious issue and a threat to our democracy. It must be dealt with in a democratic way, not used as an excuse to undermine the democratic processes. Democracy and the rule of law are existential issues for the EU future. And this is why we must act at the EU level to ensure that we live up to our own standards. Therefore, I welcome this conference, which I think and I believe is very timely. And later this week, I will host the Stockholm Symposium on Democracy and Rule of Law to take stock of where we are and how we can contribute to strengthen the rule of law in the EU. We will convene rule of law experts from member states, EU institutions, international organizations, civil society, academia, media, and many others. And I think this will be a perfect way to end our presidency. I'm also happy that the representatives of both European Parliament and the Riksdag will be attending this symposium, and I'm certain that they will bring valuable insights and ideas from this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the work to defend and uphold the rule of law is a task that we are never done with. It is up to each presidency, each commission, each parliament, and each member state to continue this effort. It is indeed an ongoing battle. With that, I thank you and looking forward to the discussion and listen to the other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Rosvall, for that contribution and those words from the Swedish presidency. I would now like to invite Commissioner Reinders to take the floor. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Minister, dear Jessica, dear parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it's a pleasure to be with you today at this interparliamentary conference. We have many meetings with the Swedish presidency and to try to find a way to solve different issues. And in the so-called trilogue with the Parliament, the Council and the Commission, we are able sometimes to reach an agreement. It was the case 2 weeks ago, but 2 weeks ago, on the 6th of June, it was not only a trilogue, it was also the moment when Sweden celebrated its National Day. It was 500 years after the day that Gustav Vasa was elected as king, laying the foundations of an independent Swedish state. It was also on that date, but in 1809, that the new instrument of government came into force. It was underpinned by the idea of an increasing separation of legislative, judicial, and executive powers. In particular, it strengthened the powers of the Parliament. The courts were to consist of independent judges, obeying only the laws and not being subject to orders from any political body. This act also introduced a novel concept, a parliamentary ombudsman, an institution to which citizens could turn when it came to protect their rights against public authorities. From Sweden, this type of body has, with variations, spread throughout many other jurisdictions. We are now in the final weeks of the Swedish presidency. Of course, Swedish presidency of the Council of the European Union, with the rule of law as one of its key priorities. I would notably like to praise the work of Minister Roswell in this regard. It is very appropriate that we meet here today in the Riksdag to talk about the independence of the courts and public trust in society's institutions. As you know, the values of the European Union are notably the rule of law, democracy, and fundamental rights as set out in Article 2 of the Treaty on European Union. All member states agreed to respect these values. However, in recent years, we have witnessed situations in which the rule of law has been challenged. This shows that we cannot always take respect for these values for granted. And because challenges to the rule of law in a specific member state affect the legal order and the functioning of the European Union as a whole, the Commission has developed a strong rule of law policy. Over the past years, we have reinforced our instruments to address the challenges to the rule of law that have emerged. The Commission has published 3 annual rule of law reports so far, with the 4th one to be published in the early July. The report covers all the 27 member states on an equal footing and is based on a transparent methodology. Its goal is to detect challenges at an early stage and prevent them from emerging or deteriorating. In the report, the Commission is looking at 4 key areas: the independence, quality and efficiency of justice systems, the anti-corruption frameworks, media pluralism and media freedom, and other institutional checks and balances. As part of the country visits for the preparation of the report, the Commission services meet with a range of interlocutors from national ministries, national institutions, agencies, and members of civil society. For example, in February this year, the Commission held meetings with both Swedish Supreme Court, and I'm grateful to Justice Thomas Bolt for having attended on behalf of the Supreme Administrative Court, as well as with the Secretariat of the Riksdag's Constitution Committee. The report has now become a good basis for political dialogue, both at European and national level. It supports regular debates in the Council, in the European Parliament, in national parliaments, but also with civil society. As representatives of national parliaments gathered here today, I would like to particularly encourage you to have debates on the respective country chapters of the report. As some of you may know, I have also regularly attended such debates in national parliaments. The 2022 report contained, for the first time, specific recommendations addressed to each member state. In the 2023 report, we will look, of course, into the follow-up to these recommendations. Judicial independence is an essential EU law requirement. It notably stems from the principle of effective judicial protection in Article 19 of the Treaty and from the right to an effective remedy enshrined in Article 47 of the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. As we talk about judicial independence and trust, we need to also mention the perception of this independence by the general public. 2 weeks ago, the Commission published its 2023 EU Justice Scoreboard. It complements the Rule of Law report by providing an annual overview of comparative data on the efficiency, quality, and independence of justice systems among EU member states. This year's Justice Scoreboard shows that, compared to last year, the perception of judicial independence in the general public has improved in 12 member states, and at the same time decreased or remained stable in 12 other member states. However, and that is worrying, in a few member states, the level of perceived independence remains particularly low. In the past years, the Commission has taken action as a guardian of the treaties to protect judicial independence. For example, at the beginning of this month, the Court of Justice gave its ruling in an infringement procedure launched by the Commission on the so-called Polish muzzle law. This is a very important ruling, clarifying further EU requirements of judicial independence. As the Court of Justice recalled in that judgment, the value of the rule of law is an integral part of the very identity of the European Union as a common legal order, and is given concrete expression in principles containing legally binding obligations for the Member States. You will also have noticed that the Commission has been promoting judicial independence in other instruments, such as the European semester, but also via the national recovery plans. We have notably made clear that no money will be paid to Poland or Hungary as long as all the necessary rule of law related reforms required in their recovery plans are not fully implemented. And of course, we have put very strict milestones about reforms concerning the judicial independence in both countries. And we have seen in the last weeks and months it was possible to come with some new draft laws in both parliaments, in Poland and in Hungary. So, of course, we'll continue to assess the situation before to think about the payment of €1 single to Hungary or Poland. And, ladies and gentlemen, as I reach the end of such an introduction, I would like to stress that promoting the rule of law is a key challenge of our time. It's very clear in our external policy due to the Russian aggression against Ukraine. It's very important to recall that we have to organize a rule-based order at the international level. It's the reason why we asked Russia to pay more attention to the sovereignty of Ukraine and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. And so, in the way to promote the rule of law, we try to be sure that we'll reach two goals about such a Russian aggression. The first one is to bring the perpetrators of all international crimes to justice. And the second one is to be sure that Russia will pay for the reconstruction of Ukraine and for the damage caused by the aggression against Ukraine. But we need also to work on the rule of law in our internal policy. Because if we want to be credible in our external policy, we need to deliver at home. It's the reason why I have explained that we have taken a lot of initiatives with the Member States. The rule of law report, if it's needed to go further than the dialogue, we use also the infringement proceedings or the recovery and resilience plan or the conditionality mentioned by Jessica Roswell some minutes ago, because it was also very important to have such a new instrument to make a link between possible breaches to the rule of law and the union budget. Of course, we'll do the same with all the candidate countries. We have said since some time that we'll start the accession process with the rule of law, but we will also conclude the accession process with the rule of law. And the independence of the judiciary is an important element in all the candidate countries, including Moldova or Ukraine, the last candidates that we have received in all discussions. And of course, to do that, we need to support those countries in the process to organize reforms. And it requires the commitment of all public institutions, as well as society at large. There is a key role to play for the parliamentarians in the Member States. Only with continuous efforts can we strengthen and maintain the trust in all institutions. And such trust is not only of paramount importance for the rule of law, but also for the faith of citizens in democracies. And it's very important to continue to pay attention not only to the content of the rule of law report that I've described, but also to pay attention to the fundamental rights and the democratic process. They are all the values enshrined in the Article 2 of the treaty. And I'm sure that it will be very important for all the national parliaments to continue to have debates not only about some other member states, but also about the internal situation in all the member states. We try to do that with the Council, we try to do that with the European Parliament, but it's also your task, maybe, to discuss about the rule of law also in your own country, in the Parliament and with the civil society. So I thank you for your invitation, thank you for your attention, and of course, I'm looking forward to our exchanges today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for that contribution. And may I say that the Commission and individual commissioners, such as you, Commissioner, are always very welcome in Stockholm and the Riksdag. And a close cooperation between us is vital for the functioning of the European democracy. We will now move on to our next speaker, who are Thomas Bull, Justice of the Supreme Court of Administration in Sweden, and thereafter Hjerdis Kjerulf Torgeisdottir, Vice President of the Venice Commission. But first up is Thomas Bull. Dear Justice, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you to the Riksdag for inviting me. And dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm really honored to be here speaking to you on these important issues. I'm trying to find the level here, maybe something like that. Okay, thank you. My perspective here is the perspective of a judge. So I will talk to you a little bit about the independence of courts and the rule of law from a very, or at least a rather more practical point of view than the earlier contributions. There is a basic understanding, I think, here at this conference that the political and legal culture of a society is of great importance to the independence of the courts and the rule of law. It's not only about the legal roles and the social institutions of a society, it's also about values and attitudes of the people who inhabit those institutions. So, values and attitudes of politicians and judges are of importance for the independence of the judicial system. How do we keep and how do we reinforce attitudes and values? Well, of course, through education and all other kinds of means. Mainly, I think, by talking and acting upon them. So it's about doing, talking the talk and walking the walk, as they say sometimes. And not only at conferences, but also in everyday work in our different institutions. If we are to keep the values of the rule of law, we need to rehearse them and do them again and again, both in words and in action. So what does that mean for a judge and a political system with courts that are supposed to be independent? Well, there are, of course, a lot of different meanings, and I can't come into them all, but there are some, I think, fairly easily identified practical implications, how judges and politicians should behave when addressing issues concerning the other sphere of society. And it's mainly about showing a certain restraint and a mutual respect. What does that mean then in practice? Well, for a judge, it will mean that you should probably be rather careful whether or not to have views in public on political policy issues or specific political issues that are discussed in society. It's more important probably to be careful in public situations, but you must also remember that many private situations can be misunderstood or exaggerated and then referred to in social media and so on, so they can be spread around in a way that is damaging to the view of the courts and the judges as impartial and independent. I think that most judges are careful when expressing views, both in public and in private, in this way, because it's an important value to maintain trust in our impartiality. Of course, judges are human beings. We have the right to vote. We have political views, but it would be damaging for the court system and the democratic system as a whole if we were on and off going on in the public sector having debates on public issues. That doesn't mean that we can't participate in debates. We can and often do, but it should probably be more in the role of legal experts and less as proponents of a certain idea of how society should be formed in the future. And expressing particular views on an issue can also make it impossible for a judge to take part in court proceedings on that very issue later on. So it might be a problem from a more practical point of view. So I think judges should be really careful about expressing views about what goes on in the Riksdag and what parliamentarians should or should not do. What about the other side of the coin then? Well, this is not so easy because as politicians, the role of a parliamentarian is, of course, to debate public issues. And the courts and what happens in the courts are often connected with important societal issues that must be debated. It is the very core of the role of a politician to discuss that. At the same time, there is the more and more intervened situation between the private and public life. So as a politician, you cannot always be sure that you are acting within one sphere or the other. The life of a politician, I imagine, is much of a total, all-in kind of situation. So it's a tricky situation, actually. But then again, I still think that politicians should and could show restraint, and especially so when it comes to particular judgments from a court. This is tricky, yes. You have freedom of speech, of course, and courts should not be isolated or immune from criticism, far from it. Even harsh words should and could be said. But there is at least a real risk that political comments on the judgment as being wrong or crazy or the judges being without backbone or something like that could undermine the judicial role of courts. It could give the public the impression that politicians should and could try to affect the outcome of legal proceedings, and that judges may be subject to political pressure that influence their judgments. So you must be careful when to comment and how to comment. To express an opinion in advance of an judgment, I think it's a really risky project for several reasons. First of all, a lot of time you don't have all the facts. So to say something about how things should be solved in courts is a very risky thing because you don't really know everything that goes on in the court. Having an opinion in that kind of situation is really risky. And it can also have some embarrassing, backlashing effects. So I would advise against it. And also, when the judgment is done, if you're unhappy with that judgment, what are you supposed to do? Well, my experience is that the best way of handling that would probably be, if you're really unhappy with the judgment, and you can of course be that, then you should probably say that it was unfortunate, unexpected, and it needs to be looked upon in the view of your role as legislators. Maybe we have to change the legislation because this was not what we had wanted it to be. And instead of sort of being very angry with the judges, look at it as an opportunity to do better laws. You can also, of course, point out that this is a judgment and there is a higher court. This can be appealed and we don't really know if this is a final word on the issue. Strong words and clear messages of discontent, I think, must be reserved for exceptional situations. And okay, that goes well to say, but what do I mean by that? Well, an example would perhaps be the case from the United States last year, Dobbs, I think it was called, on abortion. That is a case, I think, that sort of comes clearly in the view where politicians both may and perhaps should comment on it because it has such large implications for a wide audience, so to speak. So that is an example of when it's possible and even perhaps advisable to cross that line. Well, Concluding, just a few years ago, the United Kingdom Supreme Court had a ruling that British law demanded that the Parliament should be involved when the UK was leaving the European Union. This led to a tabloid press headline, front page, which had the judges of the Supreme Court's pictures on it and the text, "Enemies of the people." Now, that was media, and it's in a country with a long history of rather excessive headlines, but still, it's a telling moment on when public opinion could paint the picture of a court that forced government to take an issue to Parliament as being anti-democratic. That's not the kind of political or legal culture we need in order to secure democracy and the rule of law, and we must always be vigilant to avoid it. Thank you.
Thank you, Justice Bull, and it's always a pleasure. Now, I invite our next speaker, Hjerdis Kjerulf Torgeisdottir, Vice President of the Venice Commission, to take the floor. Vice President, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, Madam Chair, and Mr. Chair, Vice Deputy of the Committee of the Constitution, I am really, really honored to be here and also glad. And I'm happy to be back in Sweden. I wrote my dissertation at the Faculty of Law in Lund on freedom of the press. So I hope you will bear with me that this is the topic that I will really be focusing on. Political debate, the democratic dialogue. And the participation of citizens is paramount, whether securing the rule of law, implementing the rule of law, or democracy or human rights, and the interaction, of course, with Parliament. But it's a very well organized conference, and the Committee of the Committee of Constitution has asked us to speak how they can help to safeguard the political debate. And also, it's interesting because Sweden implemented or has one of the 4 fundamental laws in its constitution is Freedom of the Press Act, dating back to 1766, allowing public access to information. And this is quite astonishing, given the fact that just last week, GRECO, the Group of States Against Corruption, was saying that in many European member states, Council of Europe member states, authorities are extremely restrictive in applying Freedom of Information Acts. And having access to official information is absolutely crucial for transparency, for the pursuit of corrupt behavior, and for the rule of law, because the rule of law cannot exist where there is corruption. As you probably know, the Venice Commission was founded in 1990 after the dissolution of the Soviet Union and the former Eastern Bloc to provide constitutional aid to the emerging democracies. And the Venice Commission was based on the theory that sustainable democracies cannot exist unless they are built on the constitutional framework of the rule of law and human rights, where the European Convention on Human Rights is the benchmark. And since then, the Venice Commission has adopted more than 1,100 opinions, many of them on the rule of law or rule of law reform, and even more on civil and political rights. Elements that are all intertwined and crucial for a functioning democracy, where the rule of law means, it's an undefinable term really, but it means adherence to rights over arbitrary power, in essence. And The Venice Commission has reiterated in its many opinions on freedom of expression, which is the touchstone freedom of all other rights. Without freedom of expression, nothing is possible. So they have reiterated the principles set forth also in the European Court of Human Rights case law, that journalists and the press have a crucial role as the public watchdog in a democracy, with imparting information and ideas, and I underline, of all kinds, even insulting judges, if necessary. That's just a voice, that's just one voice. So, moreover, Article 10 of the European Convention contains the corollary right of the public to receive this information. And this means that authorities that are bound by this convention, they have the positive obligation to secure in a state that there is a robust political debate where participation of citizens is paramount. Because if citizens are left out, there can be no democracy. These basic principles are, however, as has been mentioned from various perspectives today, are threatened today and tested today, even more so than in any time in recent history, both with the Russian aggression in Ukraine, but also there are elements, non-democratic elements, that thrive behind the democratic facade, the democratic institutions and procedures. And I am here referring to the control of the few to control the formation of public opinion. The early internet promised to be a democratic forum for everyone. Everyone would have a voice. And it was seen by many as eliminating the power of the traditional media barons. But today, we know, and we have come to realize, that the threat of monopoly over this formation of public opinion has never been more real than today. And I am here referring to not to a new concept. It originated in Russia. It's oligarchs. But oligarchs are now known to be on both sides of the Atlantic and in many states. And when I'm talking about oligarchs, I'm talking about concentrated ownership of conglomerates, even of individuals, that combine media outlets, television stations, radio stations, newspapers, news websites, banks, telecoms, property firms, construction companies, all in a few hands, exercising a huge amount of political power and no public accountability. In such an environment, journalists who report on issues, for instance, on corruption, are met with intimidation, violence, even murder. Since 2014, 28 journalists have been murdered on European soil. So, to go back to the oligarchs, the current oligarchs who control social media, Facebook, Google, Twitter, not only command larger audience than any media barons of earlier eras, they operate under fewer constraints. They are in a position to censor, ban whoever and whatever they wish, as well as to design their platforms to encourage and amplify certain content over the other. They are hence in a position to undermine democracy with their overwhelming influence on the public discourse, not to mention collecting and exploiting personal data. But there are other threats as well. And those are groups or people or governments even who abuse social media by spreading false news, as you all know of, as a tool of control. And there are examples, just recent examples, of a disinformation campaign in France where fake content was on pages identical to leading newspapers, leading media like Le Monde and others. And the European Federation of Journalists has called on law enforcement authorities to carry out a thorough investigation and convict those responsible. So protecting the democratic dialogue and the robust public debate is quite a challenge from many perspectives, but it's a vital task. And just a few days ago, and I'm sorry to mention this, but I feel I have to, the European Federation of Journalists called upon EU member states to not to use national security as a pretext to weaken the European Media Freedom Act, which was adopted in September 22 by the EU Commission, by providing for a national security exception to the general ban on deploying spyware against journalists without guarantees for the protection of sources. And as you probably know, the protection of sources is vital for investigative journalism. It cannot be done without the protection of sources. And then there is offensive speech, which bothers many. And many social media critics, including authorities, favor direct restrictions on content. And therefore, there have been fierce debates occurring around regulatory initiatives aimed at social media companies in democratic countries, such as the EU Digital Services Act and the UK Online Safety Bill, because it outsources the decision on illegality to online platforms. So the delegation of this responsibility for policing, I'm not talking about hate speech here, I'm talking about more like what is considered offensive. Censoring even wrong views are given to the internet companies with often opaque and inconsistent practices. And this is highly problematic because they are given huge new powers, people like Elon Musk or Zuckerberg, huge new powers to censor, to teach giants, these tech giants, and they have a huge impact on the robust public debate. At the same time as this may reinforce state control and conduce to increased self-censorship. So perhaps government regulation should not focus solely on checking dangers posed by social media networks. Policymakers might also consider the role that social media may play in strengthening democracy, perhaps focusing more on increased accountability of the social media, giving them a public watchdog role, like traditional media perhaps. As authorities, they have this positive obligation to ensure that this platform exists or that this platform is not monopolized by a small group of men. So the challenge to promote democratic values is a huge task, but the aim is to translate the touchstone freedom of expression and hence the robust political debate into the digital environment. This means that there is not a place for one view, for one mainstream view. You have to hear other voices as well. Self-censorship has always been a threat, and people censor themselves. In Victorian times, people were prude. It was not proper to mention trousers, the word trousers, in the presence of a lady. And George Orwell, he was in the 40s, he wrote an essay where he spoke of the current orthodoxy, which at the time entailed not criticizing the Soviet Union. That was the current orthodoxy. So he was saying that when you have an orthodoxy, a body of ideas, you assume that all right-thinking people think like this, and that they will accept this orthodoxy without question. But defending democracy means that there can be no censorship and there can be no self-censorship. It's crucial for civil society, just like it's crucial for parliamentarians, even though they are members of political parties, to have independence of thought. And it's crucial also to remember in the times where we are facing all these challenges and risks and dangers that a ministry of truth is not, to quote Orwell again, is not what we need. And I Googled Ministry of Truth, and what popped up just before lunch was a Brazilian government initiative now to do some fact-checking on false news or fake news in the media. And Brazil is known for corruption. So this is seen as an alibi for not allowing journalists to speak freely or criticize freely. So just as a reminder, my humble final words is just to quote Orwell again, that if freedom of expression means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they do not want to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Let me now invite our speakers to the small podium in front of me. The Commissioner, Minister, Justice, Vice President, please take your seats in front in the small podium. Now, dear colleagues, is your time to exercise your free speech and tell someone what they do not want to hear, maybe. What do I know? If possible, please also indicate who in the panel you are addressing your intervention or question to, as this will make it easier for our panelists to react to your intervention. I also ask our panelists and speakers to be as concise as possible to make sure that everyone gets the possibility to ask a question. But as the speakers list stands now, we have room for several more interventions. So I urge you all to exercise your free speech and to put yourself up on the list and make an intervention. At the end of the session, we will go back to our panelists for their responses and final remarks. Now I invite Marios Mavridis from Cyprus to make an intervention. The floor is yours.
He is here.
The anticipation is killing me.
I know you're impatient. I'm sorry, I apologize. It's my fault because I needed some coffee. Obviously, I cannot talk about coffee.
In Sweden, coffee is a very important beverage, so the chair has every understanding for the need for coffee.
Yeah. I will be very short so I can save time, but I have to find the document. Here it is. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very happy to be here. Very interesting topic. Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, today's citizens' trust towards decision makers is challenged, particularly due to phenomena of populist discourse and misinformation. It is inevitable that those cause skepticism towards those who find themselves in high functions. Furthermore, the recent case law of the Court of Justice of the EU clearly points out that transparency in the process of appointing judges and in the relevant rules of conduct is necessary for alignment with EU values and principles. As legislators, we must remain at the front line of defending lawful established institutions. Parliaments may enhance judicial systems through legal and constitutional reforms and improve the resilience of the political system as well. For the Cyprus House of Representatives, combating corruption is a significant priority, attested by the recent enacted law of the establishment and functioning of the Independent Authority Against Corruption, as well as the law on the transparency in the procedures of public decision-making, which sets up a comprehensive framework regarding lobbying. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll ask our panelists if any one of you would like to intervene and comment on this. No? Commissioner, please.
Now, just maybe one point about the appointment of the judge, because I have discussed that also with the Parliament in Cyprus some weeks ago. It's not very old. What we try to enhance is the application of some European standards. And you know that the main goal from the Commission is to have a judicial council in one of another form, with a majority of the members of the council that they are judges elected by their peers. So to be sure there is a real influence of the judges themselves in the process to appoint people. And sometimes we've listened that it's very difficult to change the constitution or to change the law to do that. I want just to say that in the last report we'll explain that in Luxembourg it was possible to change the constitution to do that, but we have seen also reform in Italy to do that, and I don't want to insist on the fact that now we are also moving in the discussion with Hungary and Poland in the same way. So just to say that that's the goal, to be sure that there is a real participation of the judges in the process of the appointment, and that's very important to try to build such a judicial council with, again, the majority of the members, they are judges elected by their peers. And it's also recommendations in many reforms from the Venice Commission.
Thank you. Any other panelists? No? Then I invite Constance Le Grip from France to take the floor, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to come back to some comments made by Commissioner Renders and also by the President of the Venice Commission to talk about some recent work done by the European Affairs Committee of our National Assembly, which I have the honor to represent today. The committee looked at the rule of law and violations of the rule of law, but also looked at ongoing work within European institutions about the Media Freedom Act. On the first topic, this has now become the political view of the whole of the National Assembly in France, adopted at the end of 2022. And we called for a very stringent implementation of the conditionality rule when it comes to agreeing funds when there are infringements of the rule of law. And we strongly believe that we need a strong instrument and mechanism of conditionality. On the European Media Freedom Act, I share a lot of the concerns that have been expressed by the Vice President of the Commission of Venice. We are fully aware of the extent of the work that still needs to be carried on in order to be sure that the text will be efficiently protecting the freedom of journalists when it comes to practicing their profession, when it comes to sources as well, and to avoid the capitalist concentration, and to avoid opacity and ensure transparency. And if we're going to have an instrument which ensures reasonable behavior when it comes to protecting the interests of the various players. So these are very much the concerns of this committee in our National Assembly. I just wanted to share this with you, knowing that in France we've had multiple waves of terrorist attacks, very serious ones. The most recent ones happened not so long ago. We then also had the COVID-19 pandemic, of course, and it seems to me that the capacity for resilience in Europe has been remarkable, and we have to recognize this despite future threats, of course. Thank you.
Our panelists would like to begin. Vice President, Commissioner?
Donc peut-être d'abord une réaction.
First of all, maybe a few words to thank the National Assembly on its stance with regard to conditionality, because when the dialogue is not enough, dialogue, of course, is always a priority. When it's not enough, though, sometimes we need to resort to other instruments, sanctions, but also financial measures. I've had some responsibilities within a national government in the finance affairs, and I think that's just as important as reading a report on the rule of law, that responsibility as well. Now, with regard to the media freedom.
That we have at the Commission level is first to protect the journalists. So we have sent a recommendation to all the member states to organize different processes to protect journalists against physical violence. We have had some murders of journalists, but also against harassment on the internet and against other kind of actions like the multiple lawsuits that we have seen. And so we have now an anti-SLAPP procedure to try to work on that with the justice system. The second element is transparency in the ownership of the media. We need, in all the member states at least, to have a real transparency about the ownership of the different media, to know who are owner of one of more than one media. And the third element is the pluralism of the media, and sort of an independent regulatory body in the member state to be sure that it's possible to see what are the real evolution in the media sector and what are the real possibilities to develop the pluralism. Also on the web, because it's not only with the traditional media. Of course, there are many discussions about disinformation and fake news. As Commissioner for Justice, I have had many debates on that. My feeling is that at the end, or there is a legal behavior and it's without any problem except a normal criticism is possible to develop, or there is an illegal behavior, and then it's in the hand of the judges. Is the reason why, if I may, also in Sweden, we try to have a correct implementation of all regulations about racism, xenophobia. We try to develop the concept of hate crime at the EU level, and with the support of the Swedish presidency, we have tried to extend the list of Eurocrimes to say that there is hate speech become to be a hate crime, all form of discrimination. And you mentioned some attacks and terrorist attacks in France. Of course, we need to react again, all the messages coming before. But the limit, in my mind, is if we are going too far about disinformation. Who will be in charge to say that the information is correct or not? Or, in my view, is legal or not? If it's illegal, of course, we need to go to the judge.
Minister Roswall.
Thank you. And just to comment from this presidency, and I'm the Committee on Constitution, I think they are more experts on the Media Freedom Act, but that has been a very high priority for the Swedish presidency to work further with this. From a Swedish perspective, and maybe Chair or Deputy Chair can correct me now, but we had a little bit of doubts in the beginning to if they were valid to our own constitutions when it comes to freedom of speech. But all this, as I think, has been worked and compromised and sorted out. And so I'm really hopeful that this will be coming to an end in a very short time. And of course, this is, for all of us, extremely important. Thank you.
Any other contributions from the panel before we move on? If not,
I would, if I may, just reiterate the danger of spying on journalists. It is, I must say, it's just, there is a phenomenon called slippery slope. And if you start there, it can be very dangerous. I understand the need to be cautious in the times like now, but please consider this.
Mr. Justice.
Yes, I will now break the advice that I gave you all just a few minutes ago. No, I'll try not to. But I just wanted to comment on these new proposals on hate speech, and that is being introduced also in Sweden now, which sort of, and the Commissioner, I think, has the total right idea. This is a fine-tuned thing. Where is the limit for who decides what is historical truth? And I only wanted to say that it's not a given that judges are the best for that. But then again, denial of the Förintelsen, it's in English, the Holocaust, and so on, is of course, well, that is perhaps on the other side of hate speech, so that you are in the area of crime. But there are a lot of gray zones here that we need to elaborate, perhaps case by case.
We are entering into a very interesting debate. Now I invite the floor to Sara Chialani from Italy. Please.
Sì, that's right. Grazie, Presidente. Grazie, Presidente. Grazie.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your very prestigious presentations. Would like to hear Mr. Reynaud's opinion on Mr. Oswald's point. In Italy, the Constitution and the legislation protect the judiciary and single judges. The legislation and Constitution recognize subsidiarity and the freedom of society and middle agents in society. The Italian Parliament is entrusted to apply this principle by respecting all prerogatives of the administration with the view of the separation of powers. In order to do so, we must protect our systems. We must protect our democracy. This is what we have been saying today. We need to protect our democratic states against totalitarian regimes, against extremist ideologies, against misinformation. But we must protect our systems against radicalism, religious sectarianism, intolerance, and all groups who intend to refrain from applying constitutional values. Now, as I said before, parliaments play a key role. They are the ultimate expression of sovereignty. This is set forth in Article 1 of the Constitution. Sovereignty belongs to the people who exert this right within the limits of the Constitution. This must be the key to interpret all articles of the Constitution. Sovereignty, representativeness, these are the keys to ensure the cohesion of our national community and all the European citizens around shared values. Thank you.
Commissioner Reynders, please.
No, thanks for the explanation that, in fact, we have the same values enshrined in the national constitutions, like Article 1 of the Italian Constitution, and in the European treaties. And I repeat that what I've said in my introduction is that the treaties were approved by all the member states, and sometimes by referendum, so by the population. And of course, it's very important to have a clear vision of the fact that it's not coming from nowhere. It's coming from the traditions in the different member states, and certainly from the funders, the six, and then with the enlargement, with all the participants. And when you spoke about the sovereignty of the different countries and the people in the different countries, what I've said about the appointment of the judge is also possible to say that about the disciplinary regime of the judge is the same. We don't ask for only judge involved in that. I said the majority of the members of a judicial council must be judge elected by their peers, but the rest of the council may come from other kind of origin, also from the parliament. And the appointment of all those people is possible to organize that in the parliament. So it's not a problem to do that. But what we try to see is an evolution. And again, it was agreed by the member states, like Italy, because it was a decision of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, where all the European Union member states are also members. So again, the goal is to have full respect for the sovereignty, but also for the separation of the different powers, and to be sure that there's a real independence of the justice system. And again, if you look to the recent evolutions in some member states, also in Italy, you know that there are discussions about the Judicial Council too in Italy, it's tried to go in such a way. We are not so far for the moment, but it's to try to go in such a way that we are organize a consolidation of the independence of the justice system.
Thank you. Minister Roosevelt, please.
Thank you. Just for the Swedish Presidency.
Grazie. Per quanto attiene la presidenza svedese, lo Stato di diritto è una priorità, per diverse ragioni. Una di esse è che è una delle questioni più importanti per il sistema svedese, perché, non voglio ripetermi, noi in Svezia dobbiamo aver fiducia nel Parlamento per le questioni di bilancio. È lo stesso discorso nel resto dell'Unione Europea e quindi occorre proteggere la nostra democrazia. Per noi è importante proteggere i nostri valori comuni e quindi dobbiamo lottare per questi valori sempre. Un punto. Uno dei primi incontri che ho tenuto in quanto ministro a dicembre è stato un dialogo sullo Stato di diritto in Svezia. Ritengo che sia stato un incontro molto fruttuoso sia per me sia per tutta la Svezia, perché abbiamo ascoltato l'opinione della Commissione, abbiamo capito dove dobbiamo migliorare e come possiamo tutelare la nostra sovranità nella nomina dei giudici. E abbiamo creato una commissione bipartisan per appunto valutare eventuali modifiche alla Costituzione. Questo è un punto sul quale possiamo migliorare tutti in quanto Stati membri. Questa valutazione della Commissione spesso è stata fuorviante. Per questo abbiamo bisogno di mantenere sempre lo Stato di diritto in cima all'ordine del giorno europeo. Altri interventi da parte dei nostri esperti? Prima di passare al prossimo intervento, Demetris Demetriou, Cipro, a lei la parola.
It is with particular interest that I find myself among you today to discuss these key matters that have been so fairly put on the agenda of the Swedish presidency. In this context, courts are the guardians of the rule of law, and their independence it is sine qua non for a lawful, functional society. As parliamentarians, we must enhance dialogue between legislators and the other two branches of government to support the constitutionally established check and balances. We hold a valuable tool in our hands, our ability to legislate on matters of justice. In Cyprus, the House of Representatives recently approved a bill that reforms the structure of the judicial system. The method of appointment of judges to the Supreme Court and Supreme Constitutional Court by the President of the Republic has been reformed, with further safeguards put in place through the establishment of an advisory council to the Presidents of the Republic. Transparency and the upholding of ethics is key. As a complement to judicial remedies, we also find ourselves compelled to enhance the role of independence. such as ombudspersons or independent officers that without any political role safeguard the integrity of the states. These institutions provide citizens with other means to bringing to light administrative issues. To conclude, law, values, and justice are not distinct notions, but rather different facets of what our union is based upon, democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any of our panelists wants to comment? No? Then we will move on to Malin Björk from Sweden. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I will address my question to Thomas Bull primarily. You spoke about the mutual respect of judges and politicians. Judges should be careful to express their political views, to not risk suspicion of being impartial. And politicians should be careful expressing a view of specific court decisions, especially before they get final, to not risk the independence of the court and to try to affect them. And the third player here is, of course, the media. And in the media landscape we have today, well, with a sort of polarization and very fast news, and you should express something about everything if you're a politician. At least I've experienced that there is a pressure for politicians to express their views when there is a court decision with a lot of attention. We had an example this spring with a court of decision from the Court of Appeal about a man who had been charged of raping a child. And it was a lot of debate among this. And I wonder if you have seen an increasing expression from the politicians about specific decisions, and if you, amongst judges, speak about this, if there is an increasing problem, or what you have to send to us politicians in this area. Thank you.
Mr. Justice, please.
Thank you for the question. Well, I think you are perfectly right in seeing that the media culture and the sort of tempo and the speed of the development and communication in society today is very tempting for anyone who is in the public life to try to get through. You need to take strong words and maybe exaggerate a bit and be a little bit funny or provocative even. Otherwise you will sort of drown in the background noise of everything. And this is not very good for the building of a common culture and attitude of a certain restraint that I talked about earlier. So I agree, and my advice would be to dare to be boring. As I said in my presentation, if you could be a little bit restrained, at least until things are done with, it would, I think, help everyone to see that the courts are doing this on their own and they are not in risk of being affected by the politicians and the social life outside any more than they are. There is always such a risk, even without any comments, of course. Judges are only human beings and they are, of course, affected by things that happens in society. But it's very, very difficult, I think, to avoid that some politicians will fall for this temptation to be very provocative. And judges are, I mean, let's face it, generally speaking, I think no one is really much affected by it as such. It's more like building a culture and a tone of communication in society that I think in the long run will be very bad for the rule of law. So if it happens a lot and it's sort of it's reiterated again and again and again, it will not be beneficial. So therefore we should be, if we can, restrictive, even though it's quite understandable that it's not always followed. I'm sorry to not be able to give any more precise answer than that.
Thank you. Vice President Torgeisdottir, varsågod.
May I just point out to the role of judges in becoming eternal almost. If you think of judges like some of the Supreme Court justices in the US, like Justice Brandeis or William Brennan, justices who have written dissenting opinions that are so beautifully written that they are almost like poetry, and they leave a lasting mark on your on philosophy, on the democratic rhetoric. So post kind of or dissenting opinions can be very important. Also in Sweden, I presume.
Sounds like something for Mr. Justice to live up to. Commissioner, please.
No, just one comment. It's very important to make the difference between the reactions of journalists about the judgment, or the reactions of the parties, and the reaction of some politicians and certainly some leaders. I'm thinking about prime minister or members of government. Why? Because when you want to go to an autocratic regime, you try first to attack judges, journalists, and professors. If you are doing that, you are moving slowly to an autocratic regime. And of course, it's very important to recall to the leaders, certainly in the European Union, that it's very important to have respect for the decisions taken by the judges, and certainly to apply the decision when there is a condemnation of the authorities. It's a binding decision in many cases. And it's the reason why in the last report on the rule of law, we have now indicated how many judgments from the European Court of Human Rights are not applied by the member states. And it's very important. And I'm sure that for the national parliament, it's also very important to verify the execution of all the national justice decisions, because there are a lot of decisions at the national level that are not put into force by the authorities. And so that's very important. So there's a clear difference. Of course, a dissenting opinion, why not? In a bench, it's possible, like in the Supreme Court in the US, but it's possible in other places. Why not a reaction from journalists, for some lawyers, for many people about a decision in justice, but for the politicians, and certainly for the people in charge in the government and the leaders in the different countries, it's very important to pay attention to the decisions and to implement the binding decision of the justice system. Of course, it's also our task to be sure that we have independent, but not only independent, qualified and efficient judges. Of course, it's a balanced situation. If you don't have that, it's normal that you have more criticism. But I insist on the situation, on the leaders and the members of the government in the way to have a full respect for the justice decision. It's very easy to try to take another kind of approach and to be against decisions from judges. No, you want to have a correct functioning of the system. You need to implement the decisions and to have a respect for the decision if you are in charge of the executive body.
Thank you. And we'll move on to Boglarka Iles from Hungary.
Thank you for the floor. Excellencies, dear colleagues. The independence of the judiciary system is a fundamental value of Hungary's constitutional order and democratic functioning. In Hungary, the fundamental law guarantees the personal independence of judges, and the cardinal law determines the detailed system of guarantees of the independence of judges. For example, in Hungary, only judges have the right to appoint judges. Only an elected judiciary college has role in this procedure. The government do not have any role in this process, differently from other EU countries. But we address your concerns, which arising from misunderstandings of the specificities of the Hungarian legal environment, or from deliberate misinterpretations. The Hungarian National Assembly has adopted changes in the legal system, as you know that. we implemented 17 more judicial milestones, which will not only help to access to the deserved EU funds, but can also be a good example to other EU states. And just two shortly comments, because unfortunately Excellencies couldn't take part in the previous session, but I have mentioned that rule of law became part of the Hungarian legal system with the Hungarian Golden Bull in 1222, and we had a solid legal system. We have an enormous economic growth thanks to Hungarian people, despite all of restrictive actions on European competitiveness. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, please.
No, thanks for the reaction about the situation in Hungary. First of all, I want to say that concerning the judiciary, I've had, you know, maybe that many discussions with the Hungarian Minister of Justice, Edith Varga, during months to be sure that it was possible to come with a new law to adapt the system to the European standards. And we were very proud to see that after so many discussions, it was possible to have a new law now into force since the 1st of June, as I'm well informed, in Hungary, with some changes on the basis of the milestones that we have put in the recovery and resilience plan. So agreed by the Council at the EU level too. But you know that the concerns in Hungary are broader than that. And we are still in discussions, just to give an example, about the way to enhance the fight against corruption. And there are many milestones in the Recovery and Resilience Plan, but there are also many elements in the conditionality decision taken by the Council about the necessity to make progress on that. Unfortunately, for the moment, we are not so far, but we are in discussions again with the Hungarian authorities to try to solve such a kind of issue. And then there are a lot of remarks on very specific other elements related to the fundamental rights, and you know that, just to give an example, we have a lot of concerns about legislations explained to as a legislation having as a goal to protect the children in Hungary, but we are sure that there are some discriminations due to the sexual orientation. And so we have introduced an infringement proceeding on such a basis, now with the support of a majority of the member states and the support of the European Parliament. So you see, there are different fields. The justice system, we have discussed a lot, and we are on a good track with some reforms. It's needed to implement those reforms, so we have discussions about the implementation. But there are many other remarks about the fight against corruption, and in different ways also about different kind of discriminations concerning some part of the population, and certainly with such a law, with in our mind, a real discrimination against people due to their sexual orientation. So you see, it's a broader context than just the judiciary. But again, we continue. The first goal for the Commission is to engage a dialogue with the country. When it's not enough, of course, we are using also the financial tools that we have at our disposal.
Thank you. Any other panelists would like to intervene? No. Then we'll move on to Mr. Ulrik Nilsson from Sweden. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. The discussion here is about how to safeguard, shall we say, the institutions, the courts, the juridical system. But the more you safeguard a system, the more independent it will be, and the more dependent on the people working inside it. There is an old tradition about discussing who guards the guard. And actually, I would like to see you elaborate a bit about what we can do in order to achieve that we have judges and officials in the juridical system that are of, shall we say, the right spirit, or vice versa. How can we follow them up so you don't end up in a situation that you don't trust the juridical system independently on their juridical or constitutional strength? Because it's easy to say that the public debate or the public scrutiny is actually one way of doing that. But as soon as you give the public the possibility to actually influence who will be the judge, then they are not anymore independent. So you have a contradiction in term here. And because I would like to hear a bit about your ideas in this matter, how to guarantee the independence and still have the possibility to at least evaluate the persons in hand? Thank you.
Who would like to begin? Supreme Court Justice Bull?
I can try, and then you can think while I talk. Yes, who guards the guardians? That's a classical problem, of course, in all statehood discussions from Plato and onwards. I think that what my colleague over here said earlier is part of the answer. The media, if the media works well and is a free media, that is one of the guardians that guards against misuse of judicial power, if that is a risk. If you get not judges but more of high priests that sort of uses their power in a way that are. Then, of course, there are other institutional mechanisms that you can use. I think that most European countries have them, and that is not such a big problem. I mean, for example, the retirement ages. If you get a bad judge, he or she will not be there forever. They will retire. Not like in the United States, where Justice Brennan, who was not a bad judge, not at all, but he was a judge for 36 years in the Supreme Court, and of course had an enormous impact on that court's daily working. That will not happen in Sweden or most other countries. You will get your 10 or 15 years or something like that. Then you retire. And as in any recruitment process, there is possibilities to make mistakes, and maybe the candidate that was elected as a judge will not be the perfect choice, it turns out. There are disciplinary ways of getting to that if a judge will misbehave in a very grave way, neglecting his or her duties and so on. But as you understand, and as you also imply in your question, this must be also used rather restrictive in order to safeguard the independence of judges. It cannot be used as a criticism. It was a bad judgment. There is a lot of weighing different interests here. And I think, and go back to my presentation, that if there is a public disapproval of what a court is doing, and especially a high court, a Supreme Court, the best way of dealing with that is actually to do it through legislation, to change the laws. Okay, this is not turning out the way we hoped. We have in our powers in Parliament the way to change the laws. This is a way out in most situations. It can take some time, of course. Perhaps political lockups will sort of make it impossible in some times, which is unfortunate. And in some countries, and we go back to the United States again just because it's an easy example, you can't change the constitution. So that's a problem for them. When the Supreme Court in the US says something about the constitution, it's more or less that's the way it is. That is not the way in Sweden and most other countries, but the European Union has the problem as well. so the Luxembourg court has a little bit of the same position in that regard. So they have to be very, very aware of that power, I guess. And I think that judges in those positions, I'm fortunately not one of them, are very aware of that responsibility. But this is still not really an answer to your question what to do about it. I think we have to live with that if we want to have independent courts.
Commissioner, please.
No, I don't want to comment what was said by Justice Thomas Bull. Just to say first about the qualification of the judges, all the judges. Of course, we try to insist a lot on the training And it's not only to have the best possible judge at the beginning of the career, but also along the career, because there are many changes in the legislations at the national level, at the EU level. Now with the digitalization of justice, it's also very important to train more and more. And I want on that to insist on the fact I was surprised in the Justice Council with all the ministers of justice that sometimes in some member states it seems to be impossible to oblige the judges to go through a training session due to their independence. I said, come on, it's not a problem of independence just to be trained about EU law, national legislation, or about the new digital tools that is needed to use. That's the first remark. The second remark is that we are very concerned by the situation in the Supreme Court, in the highest courts. We are paying more and more attention to that. Why? Because there are courts in last resort, and certainly the European Court of Justice, like the Supreme Court in the US. And to quote a member of the Supreme Court in the US, the Supreme Court, it's not the Supreme Court because the court is incontestable. The court is incontestable because it's the Supreme Court in last resort. So, of course, at the end of the process, you need to have someone to say the final word. And the final word is in the hands, if I may, of the Supreme Court or the Constitutional Court or the European Court of Justice at the level of the European Court of Human Rights. And so we need to pay attention to that, to be sure that we have a good selection process and a good training of all the members of those jurisdictions. Of course, I quote the member of the Supreme Court in the US, we don't have the same system than in the US, because, you know, in the US it's also possible to elect a lot of members of the different jurisdictions, and we don't have the same system at the EU level. But the role in the Supreme Court is very important. When you are in the last resort, of course, you need to have a real knowledge of your power, like you said, and the influence that you may have on the situation on the ground. And my last word is because you mentioned that at the end, more and more the Supreme Courts at the national level or the European Court of Justice are using a reference to the treaties or to the Constitution. And of course, it's more difficult for the executive and legislative bodies to react, because you said in your presentation, one of the possible reactions is to change the law. But if you need to change, just to give an example, at the EU level, the Charter of Fundamental Rights, good luck.
Minister Roosevelt.
Thank you. And just a brief reflection from when I was a lawyer, for a long time ago. But it's when you said that, Didier, when it comes to training, I remember that now it's in Sweden mandatory training for to be a member of in the bar. Anyway, and that was the discussion actually. And for today, nobody was thinking that is a strange thing, but at that time it was actually a huge discussion. And that also is maybe the right time to say, to guard the independence of judiciary it's several parts in the court. It's the judges, of course, but it's also lawyers and prosecutors that helps out to make this guard. Free media, of course, free elections is important to safeguard. Just again to say that this seminar is also important to evaluate the different tools that we have, and also the symposium is. And again, I just want to say something about the annual evaluation that we do within the member states together with the Commission that have the overview and also together with the European Parliament. I think everybody appreciate that we can actually learn from each other. John, just one brief thing that I might also raise in this room, because I've been traveling around candidate countries, and this is something that I see not only there, but it's more obvious there, that they have a problem with a lack of judges. And that's something that we actually see in Sweden also. And this is a challenge for all of us. As I said, I've been traveling a lot of countries, and they do want to progress faster, but it is impossible because of the lack of people with the right skills. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the Vice President want to add anything?
I was thinking of what Thomas Bull said about changing the law, because we have a system, for instance, in my country, in Iceland, of government-appointed judges, which was highly critical. And then we had a kind of a committee which became like a brethren thing, clique. So why not alternate a bit or combine or find new ways, because the independence of the judiciary is contested widely, not only in newer democracies, but or the countries you've been traveling in lately, but also in older democracies.
Thank you. And now I would like to invite what seems to be our last speaker to take the floor. And I will say that there are still the possibility to ask for the floor if you would like, and you'll use your iPads. But for the time being, I give the floor to Jiří Kobza from the Czech Republic. Please.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable colleagues, thanks for being here for this great event. I would like to bring this discussion to the ground, to the common people. As we have spoken about disinformation, misinformation, and other forms of information that are spreading parallel to official line, I believe that this is due to the media that are not providing objective and reliable information. Because if they don't do that, even the politicians are coming from the publicly accessible information. They are opening the vast space for misinformations. And at the end, it ends up that the people who don't share it, people who do not share the only permitted opinion, are bullied, are prosecuted, investigated. And as I can't avoid to remember ex-president of Congo, Mugabe Seke Banga, who has said that he guarantees the freedom of speech, but he doesn't guarantee the freedom after the speech. So we should avoid the situation. We shouldn't follow this path. We have to take care so that people are being provided reliable information, no matter if it is for COVID, for vaccination, for war, for whatsoever. They have to. The biggest debt in this, and I speak for the common people, is on media. Thank you.
Thank you. Who in our panel would like to begin? It seems like the statement stands for itself, but Vice President Torgeisdottir, please.
I think that is essential that the media has this responsibility, especially the traditional media had it. But now things have changed when everyone has become a media, on social media. But all the same, it is crucial for the public, for civil society, to get analysis. Not only facts, but to put the facts together so that people have analysis of situations, of trends, of what's happening. Because they cannot go into academia and ask a professor to do this for them. They have to have a journalist or a group of journalists who do these analyses. And the European Court of Human Rights has said in its remarkable case law throughout the years that resorting to exaggeration, even to resorting to provocative speech, will promote discussion in general. So I think when you say this, when you're talking about the importance of the media, how can the media be protected? I have to say again and again and again, from the same forces that are destroying democracy everywhere, where there is concentration, too much concentration of wealth and power in few hands. The Venice Commission has recently been dealing with laws in Georgia, in Ukraine, in Moldova regarding oligarchs. So this is a problem that needs to be dealt with, and it is with oligarchs, they are all interested in buying the media. and having influence on public opinion through the media. So this needs to be taken into serious consideration for democratic purposes and for the rule of law.
Thank you. Justice Bull?
I have a past as a professor of constitutional law, so I couldn't really resist coming into this discussion from that point of view. One of my favorite topics was freedom of speech. I wrote a dissertation on freedom of assembly once upon a time. There is, in freedom of speech theory, there are three main arguments why we should protect freedom of speech. The first is truth. It's Mill's argument from the 19th century. Then it's democracy, of course. You need freedom of speech, democracy. And then there is a third one more likely involved with individualism. It's about expressing who you are and getting recognized in society. Those are the three classic arguments for why we are protecting freedom of speech. But there is also a fourth variant, which is rather interesting, and it's based on tolerance. We need to protect freedom of speech in order to have a tolerant society, and we need a tolerant society because we are all different, and we need to live together. And we need to be tolerant in order to keep society as a society. Otherwise, we will be different atoms at war with each other. So the idea of teaching tolerance by free speech and listening to the things that you don't like, as my colleague said here earlier, that is an important part of free speech. And I think you are correct in turning your attention to the common people and the ordinary situation of citizens of Europe. Yes, I want to say that.
If I just may add, that's one of the basic principles of the European Court of Human Rights case law is tolerance, pluralism, and broad-mindedness. And without these elements, there can be no democracy.
Commissioner.
No, of course, it's an important discussion when we discuss about freedom of speech and the conflict that we have sometimes between the freedom of speech and the definition of some crimes and some kind of offenses. And of course, it was very important at the EU level to say that it's impossible to agree on freedom of speech when, to give an example, it's to organize the negation of a genocide, and certainly the Holocaust. But not only the Holocaust, the genocide in Rwanda, or the genocide recognized at the international level. And we have said it's not enough. It's also impossible to agree on racism and xenophobia. It's a crime. It's not exactly the same in the US. In the US, if it's not a violent extremism, so a hate speech having a consequence directly with the violence, it's freedom of speech. At the EU level, we have different views, and I know in Sweden it's a very sensitive issue, but we have decided many years ago, more than 10 years, maybe 15 years ago now, to say that it's a crime to come with racism, xenophobia, or, I said, negation of a genocide in the public area. And it's very difficult to implement that in the different legislations. It's the reason why we have introduced infringement proceedings against many member states about that. So I know that it's very sensitive, but now what we try to do is to define what is hate speech. If it's a discrimination on the basis of gender or sexual orientation, is it possible to agree on homophobia as a freedom of speech? Or is it better to say, no, it's a crime to do that? And if it's a crime, it's become, I said, to the judge at the end to decide about the limits of the definition of the crime, like racism, xenophobia, and other forms of discrimination. When we are moving to disinformation or fake news, it's something else. It's no more illegal, it's no more a crime. So, of course, if we have a specific situation like a war, like we have now in Ukraine, I have had, for different reasons, to sign the decision from the Commission to ban Sputnik or Russia Today. I didn't have any hesitation about that, because it was real propaganda during the war, so it's something else. But in normal situation, it's first of all the role of the journalist, and it's the reason why we need to protect the journalist, to try to explain and to react against disinformation or fake news. And again, what we try also to do at the Commission level is to work on the possible use of algorithm by the big techs. We have seen that in many discussions about Facebook, but also about others, because with some algorithms, it's possible to push one individual all the time in the same direction, in the same circles, in the same messaging, because they try to receive all the same message from the same partners in the same group of people. We have seen that about the vaccination, we have seen that about other kind of issues. But that is more about freedom of speech. It's about the functioning of the big tech and the functioning of the algorithm in the different social media. The same about the use of AI, because we'll have more and more problems to explain that there are some deep fake or different kind of other actions on it with AI included. And so there also we need to pay attention to that. But again, as Justice Commissioner, I try all the time to make a huge difference between what is illegal, what is a possible crime, and if we have a common definition of that, it's possible to go to justice, and what is just, if I may, disinformation or fake news, and that is more a question for an open debate, and with an important role of the journalists to try to detect and to explain what are the fake news, if there are fake news.
I absolutely agree with you, if I may, that hate speech should be narrowly defined. It's speech that conduces to violence. There is this slippery slope, and it's dangerous. And the more I think about freedom of expression, and I have thought about it for many, many decades, I agree with many of my colleagues that we are thinking that perhaps more freedom is necessary, not less, and that there can be hyperlexes, too many laws, too many regulations. We need more speech. I'm really beginning to believe that more than before. I thought when I was younger, I thought it was necessary to protect women from all kinds of nasty rhetoric in the newspapers, in the media. But the more I think of it, I think the more speech is really the only cure that we have. Unfortunately, we cannot go down the slippery slope. It's dangerous.
Thank you very much. And this concludes the speakers list, and I will now give the floor back to our panelists for their final remarks before I make my final remarks. First, Minister Roosevelt, the floor is yours for a concluding remark.
Thank you very much for this interesting discussion, and thank you for the interventions earlier. As I said, this is a priority for the Swedish presidency, but I also would like to say from a Swedish perspective, this has been and will be a priority for Sweden, and together with a broad parliamentarian consensus on this, because it's about, as I said, the Swedish people and also European people. This is of the highest importance for the trust for the Union, and it should be and will be for every presidency to have this highest on the priorities. And as I said, it's an ongoing battle. We cannot rest. We have to also always have this on the agenda. And we talked about vaccination, and the only way to vaccinate against autocracies and protect the rule of law is to have these discussions and also evaluate the tools that we have. And I think that was you, Didier Reynders, who said it was the biggest challenge for us to protect, in a better word than I did, but I totally agree with you. This is the top priority for the future for the European Union. And the war in Ukraine and the Russian aggression has very well, or not very well, but has pointed that out unfortunately. Thank you very much for the discussion, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Minister. And Commissioner Reynders, the floor is yours.
No, thank you. First of all, thank you for such a conference. It's very important to put together parliamentarians for all the different parts of Europe to discuss about such a kind of difficulty that we have to improve the rule of law, to improve the justice system and their independence in the member states. And saying that, I want to insist on the fact that some years ago it was quite impossible to discuss about that. And certainly in the Council, I remember I was doing 40 different presidencies around the table of the Council, and it's maybe since 2015-16 that we have started to engage. Also in the European Court of Justice, the first decision about the Portuguese judges. It's also a very recent one. In the European Parliament too, it's very recent. And certainly in the national parliament to discuss about the rule of law, it's quite recent. So thanks for such an opportunity today. And it's not enough because, again, it's very important to engage at the national level such a discussion, not only about the usual suspects in Europe, but about the national situation in all the member states, in the parliament, but also with civil society. And when we publish the rule of law report, it's at the disposal of all the actors, because we have many remarks about the justice system, the fight against corruption, the media. We have discussed a lot about the freedom of speech in the media now. It's an important part of the report. And the checks and balances, so the role of the bar associations, the lawyers, but also civil society in general, the civic space. What kind of support to the civil society organization to have a real civic space and to move forward on this? And I want to say that we don't have the same views all the time on the content and possible proposal. I want just to go back for 1 minute about the hate speech. We have proposed to extend the list of Eurocrimes to the hate speech at year level, and so to say all forms of discriminations, not only racism and xenophobia, but also discrimination on the basis of gender or sexual orientations, must be also a hate crime. Until now, we have seen that it was possible to convince 24 member states to do that, but we need unanimity. And for the moment, we don't have on board Poland, Hungary, and the Czech Republic to move on this. But I know that in all the member states, it's very sensitive. And I'm sure that what we need now is to discuss more about the rule of law and to discuss more about the possible national reforms, but also about the possible concept. Just my last word is about the fact that in all the member states, if we are looking to the justice system that are more in charge for that, we have discussions about the independence of the prosecutor office. It's an important element. How far it's possible to go in the independence of the prosecutor office. If you want to fight against corruption at the highest level, of course, you need to have an independent prosecutor office or prosecutor general to try to engage the process. And it's very sensitive in all the member states to find a way. But we need to discuss that at the political level. It's not just a discussion for some academic discussions. It's a real discussion for the politicians. And thanks for the opportunity to exchange with you on some issues related to the rule of law.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, Justice Bull, please.
Thank you, and I would also like to thank you all for participating in this discussion and for the organization of this important seminar. My point of departure was how to build and keep a culture of rule of law that supports the values undermining the rule of law. And I've been thinking that culture, you know, is coming from cultivation of plants. And what do you need to cultivate plants? Well, you need to water them, you need to take care of them, give them nourishment, give them time, give them care. I think that we need to do that also with our culture. We need to sort of keep watering our culture. We need to keep giving it time, and we need to keep it in shape. So I think that the way forward is to keep discussing it, keep raising these questions again and again, so that we don't forget them in the everyday life of our often very stressful and busy lives that I guess you all have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Justice. And last but not least, Vice President Torghagsdottir, please.
Thank you very much. I have enjoyed these discussions today. They have been excellent, really, all of them. As regards the rule of law, its implementation is the responsibility of everyone. It's not just judges or the judiciary, it's everyone. It's civil society, it's the grassroots. And I would just like to emphasize, because of the speech I gave, I want to quote a favorite man, John Milton. In 1644, he said, "Let truth and falsehood grapple. Let truth and falsehood fight or struggle, because whoever knew truth to be put to the verse in a free and open encounter. So it's the free and open encounter that we need to secure in Parliament, in government, in the judiciary, in the media, and not least in civil society. So thank you again.
Thank you so much. And I would like to thank Minister Osvald, Commissioner Reinders, Mr. Justice Bull, and Vice President Thorgeirsdottir for your speeches and remarks and for engaging in this discussion with us today. Distinguished colleagues, dear members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, and dear guests, we have now reached the end of our conference, and I would like to thank all of you for your valuable contributions during today's discussions. This shows there are many questions and they do engage. As parliamentarians, we see that we have an important role to constantly weigh different perspectives, and without a doubt, today's conversation has given us the opportunities to do just that. You have raised interesting issues such as the judiciary independence, freedom of speech, democratic resilience, and other very important topics. Now, sharing some of my own reflections on the important issues raised today, I could sum it up in one word, or maybe four, to strike a balance. I'm thinking of the balance that must exist always in a vital and living democracy. It's about the balance between, on the one hand, the possibility of protecting the democratic values and that we all care about, and on the other hand, the possibility for not only today's elected officials, but those who will come after us to shape a society and governance that reflects the will of the society at the time. What I mean can in a way be connected to a historical and a philosophical discussion about the legal system, whether certain fundamental rights in particular are given by nature, or if all rights and legal regulations can only be considered to reflect the view of the legislator at every given moment. And the later should be linked to the concept that with a representative form of governance, we parliamentarians should act out the will of the voters. Even if there is less support today for the theory that there exists a formula given by nature for what can be summed up as fundamental human rights, and the view that prevails today is that rights and laws reflect the perception of society in every given era, it is nevertheless worth reflecting on this. If we agree that there are values worth protecting in the Constitution, not least to safeguard a democratic system, how do we answer the question whether it in itself can reduce future parliamentarians' opportunity to influence tomorrow's society? What do we answer when the question is asked why those elected by the people choose to deny themselves future possibilities of influence? Do not misunderstand me. I say there are several good reasons to strengthen the democratic and constitutional system against attempts to weaken it. But at the same time, I see that we as parliamentarians constantly must challenge and evolve ourselves. To be able to argue well for the changes we propose, we must always try to look at it from another perspective. Because, as mentioned during the day, the best way cannot be to, without reflection, go in a direction that cements today's order and to the disadvantage to today's minority, which might as well be tomorrow's majority, simply because we do not share their views. We could be seen as limiting the democratic order. As mentioned, a good democratic society also has a mission to respectfully take into consideration the opinions represented by a minority. Here lies a task that is anything but simple. I believe that all of us, and many more, have both a responsibility and an opportunity to go beyond protecting democratic values by reforming the constitutional framework. We must, in words and deeds, promote the positive effects that democratically healthy societies bring. And we will all know that there are so many good arguments just for that. Most likely, we achieve the strongest protection of democracy if everyone sees the value of democracy and is prepared to argue for it. This cultural protection of democracy is probably stronger than any constitutional rules we can advise. If we all stand up for democratic systems in discussions with a next-door neighbour, colleagues at work, and friends and relatives, this is probably as robust a protection as the best of constitution. Before I officially conclude today's conference, I would like to remind you all that there is a guided tour of the beautiful Riksdag, which I advise you all to take. It will convene in the gallery where we had our lunch at 4:15. That is in 10 past 4, that is in 6 minutes. And if you are very quick, you can actually find a cup of coffee, which is almost religiously important in the Swedish society. It's a part of an institution we call fika, which consists of a cup of coffee, something sweet to eat, and which can resolve the hardest of governmental crises. So please, thank you all for coming here today, and take some fika, use the opportunity to take the guided tour, and before you leave, look at the beautiful capital of Stockholm. Thank you very much.